was fucking making a bank. And then I started snorting again, and all of a sudden I had like 60,000. And I got paranoid, like that paranoia stage where I fucking would throw coke away, and it was fucking horrible. So I had to leave.
So everyone's more paid for at some level for sure, but I still think, also we have to realise as well that, there is no quote good guys. Everyone comes with baggage, everyone comes with dark skeletons in their closet. My whole thing is this: unless you're not, into the sacrifices and abusing children, then you're on our side. I don't care how dirty you are criminally, as long as you're not abusing children and actually killing innocent people.
One gal had said, well, at least I know my rights and I know what the Constitution says. Help me understand that part. And then the other guy, he was like, oh, I really like you, the WHO pandemic is coming up in 2024, and that's worldwide, and how they're going to take our healthcare, decisions away from us. Like, that was his way of showing how we are winning. Hello.
Politics these days, you can't look into it. Most of them are all secret society members, London School of Economics, it all works like that. It's absolutely. Politics means poly means many, tick means blood-sucking insect. Let's go around, a few people want to speak. Let's go to Seattle. Go for it, mate.
My nickname is Polly. Can they say before Seattle?
Oh, sorry, bro. Megaphone man, Seattle. Sorry, bro. For sure. Sorry, Megaphone man. I forgot, right?
I'm sorry, I got my high hilarious profile today, Reptile. I'd like to address Olive. I adore her. From the moment I have heard her delightful voice, it has been an illumination in my darkness. And I appreciate her. However, especially she's being feisty tonight, 2 F-bombs. That's fantastic.
We got a sip on our hands, Brett. We have a sip.
My question for Olive, did I mishear you, and did you say you're a cheesehead?
I am a cheesehead, yeah. I'm from Wisconsin, yes sir.
What's a cheesehead?
Well, I'm from Minnesota. I'm in Minnesota, Miss Olive.
Oh, yeah, I know. I've heard you speak, and I'm like, oh, is that too far away from me? Yeah, for sure. I love you.
Cheeseheads, the Packers.
I love taking time. Why I got attacked, why I got physically attacked.
What are you talking about? Where's the fire in you, son of a bitch? Jump here, fucking dick on fire! This is super crazy.
Stop me, you fucking little cocksucker. You dirty
crazy.
Shut your hole, you dirty
Shut your hole. You're taking all of your ship and we'll bury your treasure deep in the sun. We'll never find it. I own your treasure. Reptile hybrid. Stole your ship. I took your women. I took your men.
fucking hole, you little dog. Shut up, you little chihuahua.
Love you, brother.
I'll make your stepdaughter and I will fucking take them down to the lake and
The first time was indication you interrupted to tell us about it. She said that was acceptable. The second time wasn't. Don't push it, bro. Let's go to Blackstone. Sorry, gorgeous. Go for it.
I'm sorry, this is actually kind of
Dude, you mean I just come on to a I think I'm only wanting 3 minutes and 33 seconds on the cold shower. Oh, God. Maybe another song, Audrey. Can we reset the room? Look, going down, Gav. Don't come up again with that garbage. You're not coming back up again. Dogstar, how you doing, champion?
There's a highway, cool wind in my hair, stars smile eucalyptus, shining up through the air. Up ahead in the distance, I saw a shimmering light. Heavy, heavy in my sight grew dim. I had to stop for the night. I slid into the doorway, to get a mission bell. I was thinking to myself, this could be heaven or this could be hell. Right here I picked up the candle, and she showed me the way. There were voices down the corridor, thought I heard them say, welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place. Lovely place. Ready a room at the Hotel California. Any time of year, you can find it here. Remember me showing me twisted. She got the Mercedes Benz on. She got the little pretty, pretty boys. But she got friends. Love to dance in the courtyard. Sweet summer sweat. Some dance to remember. Some dance to forget. When I called up the captain, please bring me my wine, he said. We haven't had that spirit here since 1969. And still those voices are calling from far away. Wake you up in the middle of the night just to hear them say, hey, welcome to the Hotel California. Such a lovely place, such a lovely place, such a lovely place. We're driving it up at the Hotel California. Night surprise, what a night surprise. Bring your alibis. Mirrors on the ceiling. Big champagne was iced, and she said, we are all just prisoners here. Along the place. In their master's chambers, we gathered for the feast. We shouted with their spitting up, but they just can't feel the beast. Last thing I remember, I was running for the door. I'd rather get back to the place that I was before. Relax at the nightmare.
Seriously, I go for the whole solo. I just get too emotional. It's a very special song to me, Nathan. You know what I mean, bro? Seattle's you're up, bro.
Nathan doesn't get a rebuttal. Alright, well,
Hear from Nathan.
Yeah, Nathan, back to Nathan again. Nathan, playing both sides. I don't care which side of that there fence you're on there, Nathan. But I don't want you coming on this side, getting on that side, nipping and hopping everywhere. You make up your mind where you belong, Nathan.
Hibbity, hop, hop. Hey, so would you all agree that we all need to come together, right? We need to, because we're stronger together. No, Marguerite disagrees, okay. And regardless of whatever anyone says, about General Flynn, before they turn on them, General Flynn, and
There's mantras, there's prayers, there's certain things you can do
And then also, I ran into a lot of people who really had hard lives, and my heart goes out to them because we all have our peaks and valleys in life, and that's probably why I started studying astrology so much. Is I had a pretty rough childhood too, and very interesting things that happened to me, and that's what amazed me was how accurate the pictures in astrology was. And I think we're all here looking for answers. And any way we can get a perspective on how to do self-analysis or self-help, and know where our peaks and valleys are coming, we tend to operate with more conscious awareness. And that's really what the ancient astrology was truly about. It got demonized a lot by the religions, but I would have to say that the Vedantic stuff and the Nadi stuff is absolutely breathtaking, and how, to me, insightful it is. And I'm always amazed at how many clients they just keep out coming, and it's all word of mouth. And occasionally I get on these shows and podcasts, and that's what he's for. But it's always we're all looking for truth, and we all know there's a higher power, whatever your faith is. And I think the ancient astrology proves divinity, or whatever you believe is, proves we are all, again, spiritual beings having a physical experience. And that's where it opens up a whole array of insights and tools. I have a lot of psychiatrists that I work with, and it's interesting the conversations we have about certain situations, particularly prison inmates and possessions and things of that nature. And I think we get more of an open conversation because, I can talk freely with them, they can talk freely with me, whereas when they're in their, confines of their work, they have the boards of psychiatry and all the things that they have to conform to, and you get a lot of trouble when you start branching out into the paranormal. But I'm actually really impressed with how many professionals on the fly like to step out, and they know the paranormal is there, and they know that it is the answer, because they can't really come up with conclusive answers otherwise. It's the human condition is really complex. I mean, none of us are simple, and it's really a blessing to me to even have been exposed to this whole realm, and I think opens up a lot. There's not a direct question from the call. You there, Jeff? Oh, let's go to Jeff, you on the cell? Are you still there, George? Yeah, you lost him. Oh, okay, yeah. Stay on the cell. Let's go to phone. You ready? So George is the joint. George walks into the phone. Also watching television with Lucas Oil and Nostradamus, and his prediction, one of his predictions is that in June of 2024, our lifestyle as we know on this planet will be coming to an end, and I think it has something to do with solar flares from the sun disrupting our energy, our electricity. I wonder if he has that in his chart. Jeff, you there? Yes, I'm here. Well, please repeat that question, because the computer was glitching, and now I've got a better connection here. Right. You saw something on the show about Nostradamus, and in June of 2024, we would have a disaster based on some solar. Yeah, I can tell you what I see. Let me take a look on the chart. There's been a lot of predictions of Nostradamus. Some of them have been correct, some of them have not. I get having more trouble correctly with war, with the things that are going on right now with the New World Order. This is the forces that are really behind all of this that we see, in my opinion. I'm much more concerned about that. I do have to say, though, the great thing about weather, because it looks like the weather patterns are going to be very erratic this year. Particularly, if you take all this rain and atmosphere things that's amusing here, I guess showing up at the time. But with this solstice, the Venus is a planet that they used the ancient Greeks to call the opening and closing of the gate of moisture. And this last year, the solstice shows we would be having very erratic weather. And I see this weather getting more violent in the spring after the October. Literally, they're taking supplies with the chemtrails that against the traffic. We're a month and a half away from springtime. It's going to be a long way to get there. Yeah? Look at that stuff. And I see a lot of this violent, erratic, choppy weather that we could see tornadoes. You just see every day. You probably remember that. George was the right thing. Beverly Hills. Yeah. Crazy stuff. Yeah, that's something. We are living. We're not calling Catherine in Florida. Welcome to the show. Hi, Catherine. Good morning. Good morning. Well, I hear yeah, because I do live in Florida with hurricanes. You do. My question is, does Jeff see a soulmate in my life? Somebody that I will meet? Oh, that's a pretty good question. That's a very good question. You actually like, but it's going to take a little bit of time here. Here's what I don't see it in the early part of the year, but as we get into the latter part of this year, that is very possible. You know, again, I always get a little bit crazy on the soulmate thing. I think that relationships are often better when we autonomously exist. But yeah, and I do think that actually is true. But it does look easier for you. You split up on one a while back, didn't you? I've been seeing houses on six my divorce. I just what is your divorce? If I can't find somebody that just kind of looks like me, when was your divorce? Yeah. When was your divorce? 2015. That's okay. That's very close to our important trip. You've got someone coming up, possibly in about 8 or 9 months. But it's pretty good. Okay. It looks pretty good. You know, part of the problem is you're a very strong person, and sometimes, you know, they get a little intimidated by that. That's what it shows. Exactly that. Yeah. But that's good. I think it'll respect that. I think it will. I think what are you looking at, Jeffrey, when you come up with these rationales? Well, what I do is I've actually got a separate chart of the eastern horizon allocation. Each square is the eastern horizon. Whatever they ask about, there are 12 divisions called houses. And you look at the congruity or not associated between the eastern horizon board, the moon, and whatever you asked about the partnership that we have. Last person talked about real data, so looking at the penthouse, but I was also looking at the court, which is the home and the land. So each collective division if you were to get that in the center, in the three-dimensional way, you can see all these 12 houses. That's how kind of good. And it gets more complex than that, because when people ask the same question, you have to use statistical data to conclude it. It's just pretty much. Is it a science? I think so, yes. I think it's an astronomical science. Especially when you get into the older sector. This stuff really was revived somewhere between the 4th and the 12th century. And here is from out of Egypt, Chaldean, and the Middle East, and the Go to Harvard.
Including Larry David and Cheryl window of time in which to do that.
people different. Demonic spirits are totally different. And you can get elementals, you can get demonic spirits, which are usually not as prevalent as most people find, though I have found them. And they're nothing to play with. And then there's the different souls, which again are people who don't even know that they're deceived. Wandering around. Right now, they're souls. They're actually called igers in Martin. There's all kinds of different names for that in different cultures, but they can possess people. And often we have parasitic spiritual entities feeding on our aura and spirit energy that a human being generates, and it's very powerful. Very, very powerful. And there's some wonderful materials to study on this. It's a whole world I love to be in. So, Kyle Charles, Nancy in Philadelphia, California, welcome to the show. Hi, Nancy.
Hi, George. Hi, Jeff. I love you a lot, George.
Thank you, Nancy. What's your question for Jeff?
Okay, I recently filed a lawsuit. It's my first time ever, and I just want to know if I will be successful and if I will be awarded with, a substantial amount of money.
Does it matter what day Jeff you filed it? Well, that would be helpful, but no, it would take too much time. See, I'm looking at the interrogation right now, and the judge will likely, have you been assigned a judge yet?
No, not yet. It's still in the preliminary process.
Likely to be a male judge, very smart. The judge is always the 10 pounds. Your opponent is the 7. If you don't mind me asking, what's the category? Is it a civil lawsuit or criminal? What is it?
It's civil.
It's civil. It looks like it's over harsh if I'm reading this right here. Nobody did you wrong. Yeah.
Well, it's an injury that I sustained. Very bad injury.
So, you have an attorney working with you? It shows
Yes.
here.
Yes. It's in just beginning stages. The legal assistants are working here. I have an investigator.
This is actually pretty positive. And it looks like it's definitely over the fees and money and stuff like that too that you're going to need to heal up. Was it some kind of automobile accident or what?
No, it was an injury in the parking lot.
Okay. Okay. Very technical. Yeah, and I mean, I have to say, it's going to take time here. This is not going to be quick. The things are going to get really moving in about a month and a half or so. Of course, there's discovery and all that. This might settle. Is this an insurance company or an individual who's represented by an insurance company?
No, it's actually from the county and city property.
They're represented, yeah. It looks like about a month and a half. You might get some settlement offer or some way that they'll try and settle this. But it did, or it might settle on the courthouse steps. But it looks positive. It looks like it's drawn out. It's going to take a while.
Well, yeah, of course, that doesn't sound like it's very long, though. A month and a half.
Well, it's really going to get going. It's going to take a month and a half, and that's when the discovery is really going to get going. It just shows it's stagnant right now.
Okay, yeah.
That's all. Yeah, good luck to you, Nancy. Let's go to George. George is there in Georgia. Hey, George. Hey, George. Hey, Jeff. How y'all doing today? How are you? Good. From one day to the next. I talked to you last on Ghost to Ghost on Halloween. On about the Biltmore Hotel in Coral Gables. I was just calling. My wife is going to freak out when she hears me tomorrow because we're insiders, so we most of the time listen to it during the day. And when she hears me on the phone, on the radio, she's just going to have an attack. But we're both on Social Security. I'm on disability. I've had both my shoulders replaced. I've got really bad
And I was just wondering, we've got some financial problems like most of the country does, and just wondering if things were going to smooth out for us, or, how Jeff possibly sees things for me, coming up this year. Well, this chart shows you really tired. It shows that you've really been wiped out. And that's, and I can see where you're really stiff and arthritic. Yeah, try and find a naturopathic doctor who can help you with inflammation. That shows up. If you can get the kidney cleanse, that's something that shows up here. And really, it shows that if you're acidic or stiff, or the muscle system is very tight. That's what I would say, yeah. And listen, I drink water, all I drink is water. That's my favorite drink. I probably drink a gallon and a half a day. Right, but that doesn't get you healthy. So passing water shows, it shows here that you have a lot of, it's not so much that the kidneys are getting water, but they're not really cleansing the blood the way you want to. So yeah, look into the kidney cleansing. Blood work is an allopathic doctor or an naturopathic. You get some blood work done. And I'm sure you have if you get blood work done. But as far as your money goes and your overall situation, it shows you to be okay. You just want to wash your house. Here's what it shows. Be very diligent that you take care of your diet. And I would look into ways that you could, again, tell you that. If you want to reduce acidity in the body, that's what it's showing. And it shows it. And maybe what's going to help cleanse that. A lot of times herbs can be utilized, and there's good kidney formulas that actually allow the kidney to extract them. And, you talk to a good naturopathic doctor. But financially, I got to say, look, you're going to be okay. It looks a little sideways for a while. It shows this summer you might start to pick up. If you're on a fixed income or something like that. I don't know about a fixed income, and it's been a rough road, and now my mortgage is coming up again. Not because of interest rates. I was lucky. I got a 3% rate fixed, but in the city, I live in Savannah, so on the coast, insurance keeps going up and up and up, and so which means escrow keeps going up. It's just, luckily we haven't had any major storms. This area really is lucky as far as dodging the bullet on hurricanes. But, you just never know. You're going to be okay. It shows, it's a little bit sideways in finances, but, you can find ways to, reflexology, another thing you can look into this. Imagine, work on the adrenal. You need some natural cortisol. You can actually get there's a good video about that on my YouTube channel. You can actually buy it. It's really inexpensive. It's called a reflex roller. You get the diet in. And of course, a good reflexology is a wonderful help. You can do a lot of this right on your own. Get the adrenals cooking here, and see if you take a risk. That's the main thing that's stuck out here is you're just like a guy dragging a box of rocks up the hill here. You're tight. That's how people are going to watch on YouTube. Oh, you go to Jeff Hunter's scholarship, and there's a lot of great episodes on there about Ayurvedic astrology, stones, reflexology. We have a weekly show every Friday. We come out with it, so it's like a few more calls before the clock is John in Alberta, Canada. Hi, John, go ahead. I'm just curious if I could stick with the security of the job I got right now, or if I could get something new. Stick with this job or get a new one, Jeffrey? Yeah. I was given this position actually an easier ago, and it's not that I signed on to my life goal. And yeah, so I'm kind of just insecure and everything like that. I'm just kind of curious if I could make a leap of faith. Yeah, you could. I suppose in the next 6 months you might find something, and that might be the way to go. That definitely might be the way to go here. It shows you here. I'm still going to throw you out the door right now. But yeah, they're pretty rigid in their way. There's what it shows. So that flexibility is probably what's making you want to move on. Just one recommendation, Steve, is to people who need to get out of, let's say, the so-called rut. What do they need to do? Well, it's different for everybody. Depends on the cycles you're in. That's why I'm very careful. I never like to ever tell anyone what to do. I'm more like to inform them what the terrain and energies of their life are like so they can decide for themselves. Because like self-empowerment is the most powerful thing in the world. And like, here's what I always do in reading. I look at Vedic astrology time cycle called mantras, and I also look at the Earth is a time machine. This is what's fascinating, Jordan. When you and I would think on the random delivery room or everyone else, each day after we're born equals a year. So the next 100 days after any individual is born plays back out over the next 100 years if you live that long. So there are ebbs and flows that every human being is going to get. And there's trials and tribulations we get just by the common cycles of the progressions and the cycles of Saturn. So knowing that, it tells you when it's time to hold them, when it's time to fold them, or when it's time to really have expectations and the gates are going to open for you. That other way itself, I think, empowers people, and everyone's different. And everyone has different talents and skill sets and capabilities. And this is very fascinating to study this stuff with astrology. And again, I'm very careful never to tell anyone what to do, but to try and find ways to empower someone to take advantage of their skill set and timing. Definitely, let's not let 14 years go by this time before you come back. Jeff Harmon, the astrologer website, linked up at coast-to-coast.com. For Dan Galati, Tom Danheiser, Lisa Lyon, Lex Baldwin, Sean Robestor, Stephanie Smith, Chris Balls, Tim Bernal, George Mann, Richard Sarah, and Lisa Goff. I'm George Kelly, somewhere out there on Coast to Coast AM. We'll see you on our next edition. Until then, be safe. Executive Vice President, Worldwide Marketing at Warner Brothers Discovery, Wednesday on Regional Audio Marketing.
Although we're marketing at a very broad scale, it does include specific local markets, and that's the beauty of iHeart Network.
As the number one audio company, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com.
Are you feeling tired? Or are you actually just person? You want very to help others feel like to help them.
Funded by U.S. Postgres and Google Opportunities to Highland Employers. More on victory at complex-living.org. You don't need to know what an atmosphere of forever is. All you need to know is on AFR as the lead falls. We've got you covered. Bottom line is you're not that respect. And you're on vacation, you're on vacation. I'm on vacation, no one touches me. Although I had a few interrupted. There isn't a story on the planet that should keep me from having vacation. I don't care if it's World War III. If I'm at the airport, I'm at the airport. million deaths from now when we'll start talking. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
The woman next to me was probably in her 70s, sitting there all prim and proper and quietly talking to her husband and lots of disagreement, and all of a sudden Kurt comes on stage and she's freaking 24 and she starts talking song. She's throwing her panties to the stage and I'm like, who are you? It's just very cool to see people reclaim their youth at a show.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. It either $3.70 gasoline.
Wow. Remember when we were like, oh my God, we're going to get to $4? I remember when my dad would give me a $20 bill and would pay for a gas tank. I'm 9 years old.
Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Los Angeles, Orange County, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Beach is closed. I'm Bree Tennyson at KFI 24-hour newsroom. 5 million gallons of sewage is spilled into the ocean, closing Long Beach and San Pedro beaches. Now at around 6 a.m. yesterday, officials say another 40,000 gallons of sewage spilled into the City of Commerce flood channel, which flows directly to the LA River. The county says stay over water for at least 72 hours. Representing storm continues to dump on SoCal. Officials say rain totals will be released later today, but over 11 inches reported in many areas around LA. Evacuation warnings have been issued throughout Orange County as mudslides continue to be a problem. Also small stream flooding. An Amazon delivery truck stuck in the muddy soil on the side of a hill threatening to give way. It's on Rose Hill Drive, just northeast of downtown LA. Firefighters are calling it a technical rescue. The driver got out. Officials say the vehicle's now stable, but attempts to pull it out of the mud won't happen until daylight. The National Weather Service warning of potentially life-threatening flash flooding today as the atmospheric river pushes in. In the UK, King Charles has been diagnosed with cancer in London. NBC News' Nathan Fitzgerald says while the king was undergoing prostate treatment, another issue was found. After going through tests, it was determined that the king does indeed have a form of cancer. Buckingham Palace has not revealed what type of cancer or the prognosis. The Prince Harry is flying back to the UK from Santa Barbara. Their technology company laid off 10% of its global workforce. That's about 500 employees. They operate across Europe, Asia, Australia, and are headquartered in Santa Monica. And today's National Chopstick Day. Southside weather from KFI. Rain very heavy at times, gusty winds and flooding, highs in the 50s. Right now, 55 in Newport Beach, Fort Melinda at 51. It's 52 in Temecula and 51 in Beverly Hills. We do local from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
In downtown, everybody in Southwest New Mexico for the most part wants to hear that transition road is entirely closed due to a crash. Traffic is blocked up from Glendale Boulevard. CT is also holding all of those getting north off of 110 transition as well. In Norwalk, on the front southbound before Rosecrans Avenue, there's a crash blocking the Country and in downtown, on the 101 southbound at Nixie Road, there's a crash blocking the right shoulder. Anytime the sky helps get to their faster, almost a forward.
The Big Gate and Valentine's Day in the same week. Yes, I'm booking a warm resort of Boca Raton. Again! And now the top 5 reasons to visit Ronaldo. Number 5.
Enjoy a five-course Valentine's Day surf and turf beach tour at Fiala, the 14th for a special price.
Number 4.
This year's gift giveaway. It's English Gift Dealer when you earn 500 points on your reward card. 13th.
3.
R&B Sensation 112. Starting February 16th. Get tickets now.
And the number 2.
The Big Game Blitz is finally here. The big game on big screen with big prizes, food, drinks, and giveaways. The 11th.
And the number 1 reason.
Game Day Sale. Get a rooms, playbook, replay, and 2 tickets to the Big Game Blitz for the big game. Book online or on the app.
November. Good time. For everybody, this is Jacob Allen. You've been in a truck accident. Call 844-24-JACOB.
Hello, this is Susie Eston and Jeff Garner. And we are the hosts of the History of Curb Your Enthusiasm podcast. And we're going to be rewatching and talking about every single episode. And we're going to break it down. And we're going to be joined by special guests, including Larry Davis,
repair. Buyers are going to walk through. The house is pristine. And if you don't live there, you don't even have it. How about getting a fair price for your home without any of that hassle? DirectBuyers.com will do exactly that. DirectBuyers.com, a local family-owned business. Janet and Matt, brother and sister, I love the way they do business. Now, there are a lot of schmucks out there in this business. I'm going to suggest you call DirectBuyers.com. They'll never lowball you. They'll give you an honest, no obligation offer, even a $15,000 cash advance for a purchase. Go to DirectBuyers.com, call 844-242-SELL, 844-242-SELL, DirectBuyers.com. Please let us serve our colleagues federal prisons. And the judge said, yeah, thank you. You will serve in the state prison. None of those sweet living suffered from constipation ever again. Oh, yeah. Come on, Bill Handle. It's the food. It's the food. Yeah, it's the food. Yes, it is. Yeah. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Even a moderate amount of alcohol can be linked to brain changes. Cognitive decline. I don't want to hear about cognitive decline. 7 or more units of alcohol per week is associated with higher iron levels in the brain. Well, iron's good. Not in the brain. Oh, Jerry and Shannon. I forgot. What are we talking about? Cognitive decline. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. AM 640, more stimulating talk. From the City of Angels near the Pacific Ocean, good morning, good evening, wherever you may be across the nation, around the world. I'm George Norrie. This is Coast to Coast AM. Later tonight, astrology, the world around us. Here's what's happening. A storm of historic proportions dumped a record amount of rain over parts of Los Angeles, sending mud and boulders down hillsides dotted with multi-million dollar homes, while people living in homeless encampments in many parts of the city scrambled for safety. Almost 1 million people stayed blind and without power by Monday afternoon. The storm was the second one fueled by the atmospheric river, they call it, to hit the state of the span of days. Unbelievable. People who spend most of their time at work sitting in front of typewriters or screens are at least 16% more likely to die earlier than normal for any reason than those that do not sit there while on the job. For those who predominantly sit at work, however, the risk of dying from cardiovascular disease is 34% higher than for non-sitters. Apple's Vision Pro is Apple's $3,500 augmented and virtual reality headset. It's a device that has been in development for more than a decade. Vision Pro marks the company's first entrance into a major new product category since the 2015 Apple Watch. Warren Weinstein, our expert on technology, has been looking at this. What do you think of this device? $3,500?
Yeah, so indeed, Apple has finally released this long-awaited augmented reality, virtual reality headset. Now, they don't like to call it that. Apple calls it the spatial computer, but it is an AR/VR headset, and indeed, it costs $3,500, which puts it pretty firmly outside the realm of most consumer headsets. Keep in mind the pricing for the Meta, formerly Oculus. VR headsets that we've talked about in the past, like the Quest 2, is currently at $250 for the base memory model, and the quite new Quest 3 is about twice that for the base model. So Quest 3, $500 versus 7 times as much for the new Apple Vision Pro headset. And while I'm familiar with the Quest 2, it's pretty unlikely I'll be experiencing the Vision Pro anytime soon at all. It seems to be a high-quality device with a lot of nifty features like high-resolution VR rendering, a rather high-quality VR augmented reality pass-through mode, U.S. adult population. You can get prescription lens inserts for another chunk of money, but then, of course, that means you're taking your glasses on and off to use the headset and getting contact lenses or corrective eye surgery like that. It's interesting because Meta went in exactly the opposite direction because they apparently made the Quest 3 even more accommodating for wearing eyeglasses than the Quest 2, where it could be done, but it wasn't necessarily comfortable. But apparently the Quest 3 is a lot more comfortable in that regard. Anyway, there's already some rather bizarre stuff going on with the new Apple headset. There's at least one video I've seen already where someone is apparently driving while wearing the headset. And as far as I can tell, if somehow the headset got out of AR capture mode where you see the outer environment through the headset cameras, you would probably be blind while driving. No difference? Well, it would everything that applies. But more generally, as I said, it looks like Apple really isn't targeting the ordinary consumer market with this. They're hoping, I think, for more high-end industrial and commercial type applications for the really, really hardcore VR enthusiasts. Because as amazing as VR is, and I still urge everyone to try it because you really can't appreciate it during the experience for yourself. It would seem to be even a tougher sell for mass user application at $3,500 as opposed to $250 or $500. Now, obviously, this is a first-generation device from Apple, and future versions, as Apple continues down this path, we can expect to be less expensive. But right now, this seems to be really much a niche product, and it's far less likely to be on the frequency radar of ordinary consumers just for the better headsets. And whether or not Apple is really making a good bet because it's expensive-driven phone headset, of course, remains to be seen. Lauren, does it actually put you into the scene of whatever you're looking at? A virtual reality in general is really very, very impressive. People who haven't tried it think it's like just having a display in front of your eyes, close to your eyes. That's really not what happens. It really does cause you to have the stereo effect, and because when you move your head, in most cases anyway, what's application, you're changing the view. When you walk around, you're changing the view. It still puts you there, and with a high-quality experience, and even starting with the Quest 2, for example, which is really the entry point right now, or the Quest 3, it's still up higher. It's really very, very remarkable, and it's a lot more than games. I've often thought that one of the big applications would be for people who are investors who could use this to virtually travel to other places. There are applications like that, but it has to be priced reasonably, and $3,500, I think, is way out of range for most people. 75-year-old King Charles III has been diagnosed with cancer and will be avoiding public events after being advised by the doctors to minimize in-person contacts. So this announcement marks a striking departure from the past, when the monarch's ailments were often hidden from public. The statement did not specify the stage or the type of cancer that was found. A few weeks ago, he was in the hospital for a procedure for benign prostate enlargement, and apparently he's not fully talking. To the recently discovered super Earth has the potential temperature and conditions to sustain life. The new exoplanet is situated fairly close to us, only 137 million light years away, and orbits within a habitable zone. Astronomers say the planet is about 1.5 times the width of Earth, orbits a small reddish star, and the same system also are the second Earth-sized planet. Interesting. This is Dr. Stein Stephen Tate now with his opening report. Stephen, we're going to find out more on this planet eventually. Well, absolutely, George, and that's a great start. And this is not just one star, so it's been a lot closer than the one you just described. But how through the arrow out there in space is the James Webb Telescope continues to tell us more about the possibility of life in space. But we begin very closely to space. How about the Ingenuity helicopter started? And after some 72 flights on Mars, this technology demonstrator, Ingenuity, now sadly is grounded due to damaged rotor blades. Well, that occurred back on January 18th It has 6 solar charged batteries which deliver some 350 kilowatts of power. Okay, the ingenuity will be best. That's an understatement. But wait till you see what comes next. The nuclear-powered Dragonfly vehicle set for a mission to Saturn's moon Titan in years to come. Such a fantastic stuff in the world of space. But continue along, even closer to home. With so many satellites and no orbit, a recent study points to a theory that as spacecraft blown up in the atmosphere of yours, they add a massive layer of conductive electrically charged particles in the upper atmosphere, possibly weakening the Earth's magnetic field up into the magnetosphere. With large mega constellations of up to 500,000 satellites in the future, this could weaken Earth's ability to shield us from cosmic rays and solar storms. Come food for thought. What may be occurring with space overpopulation of satellites. To wrap it up with the LightScoop, a new massive sunspot, active region 3576, is now on the left edge of the sun. This is a big one. Be watching it closely for future flares and cosmic CME. And you can actually see these with space solar glasses if you took a look during daylight, of course, and you look on the sun with the naked eye. But use eye protection. You can see this sunspot here. It's that big. And we also now talk about the total and partial mega eclipse that's coming on April the 8th, just 63 days away. James Daly will be speaking at the Texas Music Festival in Junction, Texas. To learn much more about that, be happy to tell people by emailing me at DrShow@gmail.com. Here at TheSkyLive.com, such great information, but we can use it. Always keep your eyes to the sky. Sit beyond your navigator on the highway to the heavens, where there are no tolls on the highway. Sit down and enjoy the show. Thank you, Dr. Story. Appreciate you being part of the program. In a moment, Brian will join us. He is one of the leading authorities on the top secret classified and addressed foreign intelligence documents about UFOs. He's updated a couple of his works, and he's next. Protection. It's new IRNA. The drug pistol fires powerful deterrents like tear gas and kinetic ammo. Listen to this story from Mark. Special forces that Roger fired his gun from 40 feet away as 3 unwanted people tried to enter his home. And all 3 went down for 30 minutes, enough time for police to arrive. He said using a gun was no problem for him. Marvin simplifies it by saying, you buy a car, you have car insurance. If you got a life, you need life insurance. And Verna is it. Government agencies and police departments across the country rely on Verna as their go-to less lethal option. Check out their $14,004.5 review. Verna is proudly American, manufactured in Fort Wayne, Indiana. They can ship directly to your home. Visit Verna.com/George now for an exclusive 10% discount. ViralRabbi.com/George.
Real people, real things. I was only 6 or 7 days, but we've gone lasted for 2 years. I have this horrible brain fog. My memory never really totally returns. I kept hearing the carnivore, but I was like, I'm sorry. I tried it. 10 days to 2 weeks after taking the carnivore, I couldn't believe what happened. I'm 70. I had energy like I was 40. The thing that was so remarkable to me is I wasn't exhausted anymore. I had my clarity and my brain back. I mean, do you know how much it means to be able to sleep again? I was really happy about that. It's just like I kept telling everyone I feel free. It's special. So visit carnivore.com. That's CARNIVORE.com.
And welcome back to Coast, George. Story with you, Ryan Wood. Back for this after about 15 years. So he's a bachelor's science degree in mathematics and computer science from California Polytechnic State University. He has worked for Intel, Digital Equipment, Toshiba, and Silicon Valley startups, has developed and executed advertising and promotional campaigns for Products currently manages the content of the majesticcoffee.com website and has completed an incredible documentary titled The Secret. He's a UFO investigator with Nikon and has chosen to specialize in the strategic problems of ufology, such as unquestionable truth, the truth media acceptance as well. He's updated his book, Magic Eyes Only, and the new one is called AI Ufology. Ryan wrote back and first the book. Ryan, welcome. How have you been? I've been good, George. I've missed it, and I'm back into the saddle, and I'm excited about sharing the progress that I've made by updating Magic Eyes Only, especially after Brooke has paved the way for widespread acceptance of UFO crash retrieval now. How has your father been? My father's 95 now. He actually suffered a stroke a couple weeks ago, so that's not good. And physically, he's pretty good, but mentally, it's going to be challenging for the next, 6 months. It's critical time that it takes to see improvement. He's the reason you got into this, really? Yeah. I mean, when I was 15 years old, and he was working at McDonald's, he made a presentation to his management and basically highlighted the fact that he read 50 books on UFOs, and there's only one question left for his management, and that was, is Lockheed going to figure out how these UFOs work, or is the Mekong business going to figure out how it works? So, his management said, how much is that going to cost? Well, $500,000, I can start research on it. It's about $5 million today. So he did a variety of research in that. I was 15 years old then. As I really got into ufology in a strongest way, I'd say early 90s, when the Special Operations Manual, Extraterrestrial Entities, Technology Recovery and Disposal was released to John Berliner in Washington, D.C. So that's when I started my trajectory, and then kept working with him, and it was a great partnership. And then I did the 7 UFO crash retrieval symposium in Las Vegas from 2002 to 2008. So it was long before anybody really believed that there was really crash retrievals. But now people accepted the fact, and it's satisfying. I was a pioneer, and I'm excited to about to my book, Magic Eyes Only. We now have 104 UFO crashes in it, chronologically, as well as various case updates and details. So it's about 500 pages. It's a classic in the area of paranormal like a Bible. We'll talk about that now for a while. We'll get into AI, the ufology. We also, how soon did you venture? Well, it was only up to 2008, really, with George, your partner, and Prime. Yeah. And his Prime investigative work, the Washington case, and the witnesses that he found, and the details. It's still unclear in my mind, did the military retrieve one of their own crafts and carry it away? Some experimental exotic Area 51, or was it truly extraterrestrial? And they have stories like opinion about that. But really has all the classic signs of a typical crash retrieval event. Tell me about your thoughts on that Cape Girardeau. Yeah, well, Cape Girardeau was one of the first crashes that I personally investigated, and it was really triggered by one of the least majestic documents that talks about the crash of Cape Girardeau in 1941. And Dan Friedman actually, the late Dan Charlotte Mann, who's the granddaughter of Reverend Huffman, who's the Baptist minister that was called to provide blessings over 3 dead sort of stolen aliens in a field. And then the military showed up, started it all the way to a place in the Air Force Base. And my investigation, which is sort of a microcosm of physical investigation, involved, going to get Toronto, looking at the fire station logs and finding out when did the fire department get called to get the logs there, going to the church and finding details of what Reverend Humphrey did, how long he was there, and stuff, as well as interviewing Charlotte Mann on videotape and getting her story, and also doing aerial photography investigation. So I did the comparisons of the 1939 aerial photography with the 1943 aerial photography in the National Archives. Differences. And then I passed the case off to Paul Smith, who wrote a book called Missouri 41 and took the investigation further. And so that's really what I've done, as you guys know. Some cases are only a page or two with references, and some are 10 or 15. But I try to bring the lead investigator to write the stories or to offer their insight. And that's what makes the book interesting, is that you're not just hearing from me, you're hearing from the other case experts. It's a very fascinating. It's an interesting story. Jim Marsdale at the forward to the book Magnetized Zone. He was one of the greats. Yeah, I mean, his work on Crossfire and the JFK assassination and being a reporter for the Dallas Morning News, and his work in the 1897 Aurora, Texas UFO crash case. I've met with him in law for many times, but what made him very fascinating, besides his ability to drink whiskey and smoke cigars, was his encyclopedic knowledge of all manner of the JFK assassination, but also ufology too, which he was very interested in. He was an expert on that Aurora, Texas. Absolutely. And that's one of the first ones. I mean, the book starts off with actually 2016, about Ararat, with the CIA paying undue attention to that mountain and doing a lot of investigation. But the book goes through 104 cases, the original book in 2005, only went through 74 cases. We're going to do a couple of cases when we come back, then we'll get into one of your latest books, the AI ufologists, answering the big questions of ufology. Sign up now for CoastGo, a free email newsletter. Get it today at coasttocoastam.com.
Has declared a local state of emergency for SoCal. That means funding will be made available to cleanup. He's advising people to stay home today if you can. Earthquakes is becoming a widespread problem across SoCal. There's hope in a tree collapse behind a home. A power pole may topple over. If that happens, residents will be forced to evacuate the area. In Amazon delivery truck is stuck in a mudslide northeast of downtown. Firefighters will attempt a technical rescue after daybreak. And country music star Toby Keith has died. The 62-year-old singer died Monday night, according to his official X account. He was diagnosed with stomach cancer in 2022. Sunshine medicine KL5 rain heavy at times, highs reaching into the 50s. Right now, 52 in Tustin, San Clemente is 55. 54 degrees in Redondo Beach and 49 in Northridge. We live local from the KL5 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
In Norwalk, on the Hudson, just before break, and Avenue first the city divided into half blocking the country lane. Downtown LA, only 101 south on for one busy business that crashes out through the lane. And that day was reopened, that it was on the purpose. And in mid-city on the 24 Crenshaw Boulevard, there was time for not over on those long-term shoulders of people to slowing. They find the traffic, push the way faster, and whistle forward.
Famous restaurant in the world. There's a table in the corner. That's the hottest reservation on the planet. Thanks for the restaurant's owner and her hand-picked personal guest, Ruby Rogers and her River Cafe Table 4. That is the most incredible conversations on the planet are happening every week, captured in her very special podcast with guests like Will Ferrell.
I did it one night. So, the one thing I had was some mustard. My roommate at the time was like, you can borrow some of my tomato sauce. I'm like, oh no, I prefer the mustard.
Martha Stewart, I did not want to share with Michael Caine, but I did want to share with one of his best friends, and Jimmy Fallon.
We went to a store, but it was there. It's about I was still fine. We were kind of cool. But was an extra weight to discover. We're living in the bowl.
Please stay tuned. It's all in her very intimate podcast, Ruby's Table 4. Listen to Ruby's Table 4 on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
These are the importance of local radio. Allison Britt, and the market and things.
I thought it had such a blast broadcast rate that is local, and for us to be able to touch customers with a local feel that at a national scale is so efficient and important for us.
Because the number one audience rate, iHeartMedia gives marketers access to the audiences, trusted influencers, and data you need to grow. If you're a marketer, go to iHeartResults.com. Did you know that you can leave your nursing, teaching, or real estate license with a DUI? What about your job? I'm attorney Gary Campbell, and you're 1-800-NO-COPS. And what you don't know can and will hurt you. Call 1-800-NO-COPS. 1-800-NO-COPS. It's ready for our 2024 iHeart Podcast Award, presented by the Hartford, live at South by Southwest. March 11th, we'll honor the very best in podcasting from the past year, and you'll have to decide who wins Podcast of the Year. Vote now at iHeartPodcastAwards.com. The Hartford Small Business Insurance is the presenting partner of the 2024 iHeart Podcast Awards, live at South by Southwest. To learn more or start a quote, visit thehartford.com/smallbusiness. With insurance designed for your small business, the buck's got your back. Pay fine. AM 640.
You add some cat pasta, just a little bit. I get it all in my shirt. She's like, because
Next hour, we'll take your calls with Ryan Wood. We'll talk about his incredible work in the field of electronic music. Website for all this stuff.
it's raining. Very hard to.
Paranormal Podcast Network is up and running and doing splendidly, getting 5 million visits just a lot of things.
But you can listen also to podcasts of the paranormal, supernatural, and even we count them all in one account. Not one of the time because I need to understand. But there's a lot of them. So if you listen on your phone, just download the iHeartRadio app. Just use one of the PC, go to iHeartRadio.com, and in the search for Coast to Coast Alien, all the shows will pop right up. And you can actually listen to it. So here's something that's breaking the world by storm, rolling up your ears.
Healthylooking.com and Dr. Alan Ray with 4 decades of experience in natural products for those exclusive stem cell illness that works with your body's stem cells to turn them into Choose Dr. Ray's home.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, growing hormones, stress, food disorders, or your age, can be supported by reducing inflammation in the body to heal itself properly. A stem cell is a cell originally to be told what it needs to do. Virtually inflammation, that is what needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, and fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation. And as we age by supporting the body will go to protect those cells that are weak. And that is the purpose of bringing cells to adapt to stay together, supporting the body to be healthy.
Dr. Ray, how do you feel after taking those Dr. Ray?
The understanding we have an immediate effect. But I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better after 24 hours. You should adapt to go along with it, and you'll actually feel it within 30 minutes.
Order now at healthylooking.com. The stem cell wellness from Dr. Ray protects your body's stem cells and will make you feel better faster. The stem cell wellness kit is a doctor-centered medicine and your sweet relax is only available at healthylooking.com or call free at 800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code JOY for free shipping. Order your stem cell wellness kit at healthylooking.com. That's healthylooking.com.
Powerful deterrents like tear gas and kinetic ammo. Listen to this story from Mars. Special Forces veteran. Marvin fired his loading from 40 feet away as 3 unwanted people trying to enter his home. And all 3 went down for 30 minutes without trying to put it still on. He said using a gun was no problem for him. Marvin simplified it by saying, you buy a car, you have car insurance. A life, you need life insurance. The Vernon gave it. Government agencies, the police departments across the country rely on for us. If you're building West Rica line, check out their 14,000 $4.5 deal. Vernon is proudly American, manufactured in Fort Wayne, Indiana. They can get to that for Visit Vernon.com/George now for exclusive 10% discount. ViralRabbi.com/store. If those of you go to 6 figure income and almost half of them say, you got a good discount on your back. They 6 figure income with 4% less traditional 401ks and mutual funds. My investors is best-selling author and starring in a new Hollywood documentary called Baby Builder. In this film, Thomas and Nobel Prize-winning PhD share a strange concept they call the Smearman discount. It gives you no time and income with the same dollar saved, and your money was never as good as the market crash. That's right, the market crash is 30% you lose nothing. Even people who are on track with shifted money get the same strategy because it increases their retirement income while allowing them to start working years later. So if you're over 50 and want to take a better retirement with less money, call to get a free copy of this very new movie, Baby Builder. I'll join you at 506-2020. This is a $30 value fee. All today you'll get it completely free plus 2 hours of bonus reminders from Twitter. All you have is shipping and handling, no credit card required. So don't delay, call right now to 1-800-506-2020. That's 1-800-506-2020. 1-800-506-2020. Welcome back to the Ghost Story. Story with you are in World of Sports. Brian, we are so getting on yesterday. The world. That's great. I appreciate the applause. People reject the idea. How people want to talk about this?
people need to realize that the ingestion documents comprise some 3,500 pages in total. And they first started making in 1984 and first stopped in the early 2000s. And they're from 7 different sources. Some were undeveloped historic films, like the Eisenhower briefing document for the President Eisenhower's time, and then the other listed special operations manual, like terrestrial heavy technology recovery and disposal, which is referred in my book, as well as an appendix. And then various other mail drops and mailings that came to several other people. So they vary in quality and the ability to authenticate them. But the most compelling one, the one that's typeset, the one that has the most detail and the rich verifiable information that we've done the most authentication work on is the Special Operations Manual, like terrestrial entity technology recovery and disposal. It is a housing manual, field manual for officers where to pick up the, where to package, get the body, where to take the hardware, how to create a cover story, how to receive the print, why are you doing this, descriptions of type 1 or type 2, user acceptable validity. It's very, very easy. Do you believe that any disclosure? Yes, I think so. The preponderance of the evidence keeps compiling it, and with the congressional hearings last summer, definitely supported whistleblower testimony, and maybe more whistleblowers will come forward. I think it's still, the truth will come out in written drafts, and it'll be, it'll be challenging for the government to be transparent, but totally transparent. I mean, they keep starting with 3 things every month, saying, they're going to keep something, keep straight forward. Well, it's on Amazon, both the AI deposit and NAGAIT eyes only, the military section of the Joint Intelligence Committee, and it's on Amazon. You can get it there, or you can sign up and get it, go to our website, there's links to Amazon there too. So we just released a book called the AI Deposit. This was fascination that I had with artificial intelligence, so I decided for my business, I was doing a lot of work for artificial intelligence, so I decided to train ChatGPT-4 with corpus of UFO books and knowledge that I had, and then I started asking questions, and 16 hours later, that was the book, the preparation of the content. And it was really the first question that, what's the agenda, which is the classic question everybody has in their mind. And the quality of the answer was so good that I read another question. And then another, and so forth. And that was the preparation of the book. It's very different in that it gets more and more complicated and sophisticated around transparency. Why should they tell the truth? Why should they not? So, there's a message to drop in the middle of going all through crashes. But it goes on. What were the messages of all the great contact teams? And how do you resolve the challenges of the world into a peaceful, more harmonious environment? And that's what it amazed me
Were you impressed with the images? I was impressed. I was impressed with the, you know, you could have come to the end if I, you know, sat there and thought about it for a long time. Not all of them, but maybe a lot of them. It's the stunning speed with which you type in the one question and within a minute you have it scrolled before you in a screen, you know, in a very quick way. It doesn't like pages of write paragraphs. And very, very light size and convenient to absorb. Of the 30 questions flying you asked the chat, is there one question that just stood out as one of the most profound questions? Not really. Well, maybe the last question in the book, which was what I thought was the most challenging. And I'll read it to you. It's a little long, but it's the longest question of the book, right? Yeah, it is, right? And you have to give the artificial intelligence the context for the thing. So it says, what would be the impact of society if, well, that's going on in 30. These are the 5 main forces. Yeah. What are the 5 main forces that are interconnected, driving global challenges? How is government debt, money, economic forces affecting us? How is the political and societal polarization of the left and right mindset affecting actions influencing our future? Compare and contrast your political attitudes, policies, and priorities of countries, particularly the U.S. and China, when it comes to the plan for future evolution, addressing climate change challenges, and mitigation costs of a major global extent. How should equitable prosperity be developed? Technology, progress in energy, artificial intelligence, and biological sciences systems are they enablers of a more peaceful planet with less war, inhumanity, and poverty? And that was the combination of my questions to it, and it wrote another 4 or 5 pages. I found that it's interesting. Where did it get its answers? Well, it gets its answers from sort of 2 corpuses of knowledge. One is the book that I've finished. I mean, I have a scanned book that you'll both of like 50 books that are all stored in OTR and a variety of periodicals. So electronically, you sent the scan to share. Electronically, I trained it with that along with its original knowledge base. And it keeps getting better all the time. And I do this for business, you know, in my job as the CEO of Electric Systems. I have a fusion-based GPU that's been trained. And you can do it for any business, really, is that you end up tuning your AI assistant. Can you trust the answers, Ryan? Sometimes you say, oh, this is wrong, or it's weak. And I did some editing on this, but for the most part, they're fairly good. But you do need to check. How do you know what to check? Well, if there's something factual, or you can try to go to a more primary source. So if you were to, check what is the EC agenda, there's lots of people that have written books on that. Rich Dolan wrote a book called The Alien Agenda. I would say you should cross-reference his concept in his book with what's written here. But since I scanned his whole book and have it in my model, I felt confident that it got that. For the most part, things are checkable. It takes more time. It takes more work. Did it come up with any specific conclusions about the EC
situation. Yeah, that's probably the weakest point is that it gives you a range of answers. With the agenda, for example, you have indifference and benevolence and malevolence and scientific inquiry, and they're anthropologists studying planet Earth and emerging societies, and all they do for resources, or they're just endangered species. And you get a lot of different answers. All of them may be partially right, but you don't know, and you can't tell for sure. So you just come up with a conclusion, Brian, that people are visiting us and they're harmless, anything like that. Nothing to say so definitively that they're harmless in any way. There's a section on the abduction. Why the abduction and what they're going for genetic information, they're going to learn more about emotional intelligence. That's actually a good question, George, is to ask it, do they need us more? And I think some races may mean us no harm. Other races may mean us harm. But if they really wanted it over, they could have done that long ago. It's all speculation. I found it an interesting exercise in sort of creating a blueprint of how to do a better job of the government and transparency, the pros and cons, and telling the truth and not telling the truth, and trying to lift everybody up to a fair world. So ChatGPT lie to you? Well, I think it could. If you train it to, like some of the experts that are studying that field have trained it to be an effective liar, sure. But in most things, you create a sort of a context for the AI. In my case, I said, act as if you're a scientific responder and give you answers of a certain length. And you sort of give it a context with which to interact with you. A personality, so to speak. If you suggested a negative personality or a lying personality, maybe it would do that. I don't know what guardrails OpenAI has on that aspect, but it's possible, definitely. If ChatGPT be created one where it would be voice activated, it would answer in a voice, because what I'm thinking of is interviewing somebody on the radio. That's a great idea. The answer is yes. I thought about doing it with some live presentation. If you type in a question and within a few seconds you start to get a truly answer, which it can read to you, say more computerized voice. I think that within the next 3 or 4 months, I think we'll get better voices that sound more human and normal, like, instead of, and then you can have an interaction with it. You might have to formulate things a little clearer, say, this is a question for you, Mr. GPT, and then the question is, we would get an answer or two. But yeah, I think this year, George, you can do it. You can do it. I wonder if you would help us with this one. Where you and the other end of the phone with me, and we're chatting to this ChatGPT with the computer system in your house or wherever you are. And we would just listen to it over the phone. And yeah, well, that's certainly possible. If you pose the question to me right now, I can read the answer. Really? Yeah. If you do that right now, you can just answer after the break. That's right. Or you can think of the answer
A high-profile Egyptian Homeland Security Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas will come as early as today. On Monday, the Republican-led House Rules Committee voted in support of Senator to the full House for a vote. And this year, all Eagles, Jackie and Shadow, now have 3 Eagle eggs to watch over. This year is expected to pick up nearly 10 inches of new snow today. So far, Medicine KR5 rain very heavy at times, just winds and flooding, highs in the 50s. Right now, it's 55 degrees in Costa Mesa, 52 in Villa Park, 50 in Topeka Lake, and 51 in Riverside. We need worship. From the KR5 29 news zone, I'm Bree Hennis in Monrovia.
No inputting.
where conversely there are arguments against existence of God, like the problem of evil, questioning how benevolent and omnipotent God will allow such suffering and humanity. And then there's the scientific perspective. Science primarily deals with empirical evidence in the natural world. Generally does not address supernatural needs, as those often fall outside real and technical hypotheses. Some scientists believe in God, while others do not. It's like a range of personal beliefs. And then the point four was personal belief and experience. Ultimately, belief in God is personal matter. Many people believe in God based on their personal experiences, faith, and teachings of their culture or family. And that's a very representative answer to a complex question. It doesn't reject its own opinion. It gives you the range of perspective, and it's a little fair. It's like reading Wikipedia occasionally. It does have a flair of a personality, but you can train it a little bit to be more irreverent or icy or something like that. Yeah, really true. It's all clear line with lining up for you to follow line with us with websites and so Bill in Los Angeles, he brought high doors headline. Ryan Smith, former journalist, Kobe High School, 86. And I some familiarity, not a lot, but some familiarity with basic read of people, mostly government officials, previous government officials, but also non-government officials who have released formally classified documents into the public domain and been prosecuted for it. And some of the recent cases that have been cited, as you know, more recent cases like with Ellsberg, and then Donald Trump. And those are key questions that follow me by, are you concerned about the possibility that any of the documents you use for your magic eyes only are indeed classified documents that can expose someone to legal liability for releasing them? And two, what do you say to critics who claim that the magic eyes only documents are actually fake? And in some cases, some people will let you pretty bad fakes done with typewriter fonts that were impossible to do. Those are great questions, and they take a lot of explaining. But you've been released in the public domain around the second or third time you're listening to them. Normally, the FBI is responsible for follow-up on this, and so they would take stock and try to run around the country and find out who bought this document, and how to put organization archive or and nobody really comes forward with any of the best practices. They're too explosive. So as to the notion of faith, yes, I'll clearly admit that some are more credible than others, and you can have which documents you're talking about, and some of them are much more easy to verify, and others are more complicated. But on balance, there's no psychological operations approach that makes any sense to, over the course of basically 20 years, to release some 3,500 pages that talk about species and craft and bodies and so forth. All to what end? I mean, are you trying to convince the Russians to stay away? That we have ET technology or the Chinese? It doesn't fool anybody. Normally, you're trying to do a psychological operation. You want to tell people the truth, then force them a lie. And I told somebody and to accomplish some sort of end. So in the book that you guys only, I wrote a whole 15-page chapter about the exact topic of psychological warfare and faith and that sort of thing. And in some cases, the provenance is super well investigated. Like I personally did a lot of research on the strongest suggested document, the Special Operations Manual, extraterrestrial entity technology recovery and disposal. Hopefully that, I mean, there's a fire hose of information, but hopefully that answers the question.
We've gotten some reactions from a lot of people we know, like Linda Moulton Howell, who could go in this book. What is it? Well, Nick Pope has said, it only takes one application, which is my original argument in 2005, when I put out the book. He said, well, he's one of these UFO crash cases, we really have to change the world. But now that we have testimony of Bush, even he started in the 30s, it started to happen. And he was aware of organizations and people that were totally plugged into the government and this crash retrieval reverse engineering program. So I was 18 years ahead of the time, but now I feel more vindicated. Why do they call it logistics squad? Well, that's a great question. The military just for the Joint Intelligence Committee. I'm not really sure. 12 is the magic number. 12 is high goal, so forth. I have no real perspective. I think they have changed things today, in their all classified world. Good question. Yeah. But was there a secret committee line? No. Yeah, exactly. It depends on which document you looked at, get the names of the people. And I think on my website, documents, I have a personnel roster Excel file where you can download all the people with tags and being involved in this. Most of them are, historical figures. Vanderbilt Bush or Nathan Twining, or they passed on too. Yeah, they have. But in some cases, you can find their children, like in one of the documents, the interplanetary phenomena unit document, Needless Frost and Charles Ray did an autopsy of an alien. And according to documents, and I found Charles Ray's daughter and called her up, interviewed her, and talked to her, and she said, yeah, I believe it. I believe that my father autopsy of an alien. It was interviewed this way. She told me. But there are things that are checkable, that are interesting. It just depends on which document you're talking about. Say, when your father was working with McDonnell Douglas, did he work out of St. Louis? He visited St. Louis. He worked originally at Douglas Aircraft Company in Santa Monica, and then I think in Long Beach, and then in Huntington Beach, retiring, working out of the Space Station. The Boeing's only 6 miles from San Francisco. Right, exactly. Boeing, yeah. He's doing some of our calls. We'll go to Lewis in Maryland. Welcome to the show. Hey, Lizzie. Hi, George. And Ryan, thank you for taking my call. And Ryan, I have a question. I was wondering if your dad was in a special work, if you knew what TIS was, TIS, it's called Twitter-based Integration Facility. And this one is in Western, it's Western Arsenal, Alabama. Now, the man told me it was actually in Huntsville, Alabama. He told me he used to work at one in Louisiana that closed down. And the concept of this learned technology is the phase warfighter. I asked him if it was reverse engineering. He has something actually, so he can't really tell me too much. But do you know anything about that, Ryan? It sounds wonderful. I don't know anything about it, but I would follow up, get a picture of that coffee cup and buy that guy a cup of coffee and start talking to him for a minute. That's the key. The congressional testimony and the U.S. hearings, what are your thoughts on that? Oh, I thought the congressman asked a lot of great questions, and I just would have answered them a lot differently if I was sitting in a chair. I think one person asked, where do I go specifically to learn more about this trans material? And I would have said, well, you need to go to the National Archives and record group 341 and 347 on 12. And I have the list of 16 or 20 documents from the National Archives that are dead smoking guys, but they're like smoldering evidence that dovetail around and support much of, or many of the majestic documents, because you can see the mosaic of superstars in the field. Well, I thank you. There still seems like there's a lot to do. And I guess my perspective now is, we know there's crashes, we know there's alien bodies, we know there's reverse engineering. What we really need to do is change the world with technology from these crafts. And you either have to do it with anti-gravity, you have to do it with fusion, you have to do it with telepathic or psychic communication, you have to do it with some approach that is democratizing to the plant, so that we can join close in 3 minutes to say the cosmic kindergarten. Yeah, or his grave Let's stop those Florida John and Phoenix, Arizona, west of Milwaukee. John, go ahead.
Good evening, George. It's a pleasure to be part of the program tonight.
Sure.
Good evening, yes, sir. Cornelius, we're blessed and bold as best we can here in Arizona. Skies are alive for us. So, yeah, so Ryan, what are your thoughts on aliens actually being a demonic multi-dimensional group, quote unquote, those crash UFOs, or just designed to give us technology, specifically AI, because it would be quite a difficult prophecy regarding the end times. So they're not body snatchers, they're soul snatchers. You know, Jesus said, let no one deceive you.
Yeah. Well, that's a very rich question. I think that you're going through one of the questions that comes up all the time is why do UFOs crash? And one of the explanations is, you know, they're seeding a young kindergarten planet with technology that forces people to get more PhDs in physics or science and be more educated and try to figure out the future of technology. Other reasons they crash, you try to shoot them down, radar, strong negative lightning bolts. There's lots of different potential reasons. And so I think there's multiple races with multiple missions. Interdimensional is clearly a possibility. But it seems like most of them seem to be a biological droid on a one-way mission, to explore the universe. And they're disposable, like a drone. So taking calls with Ryan Winterfeld, Brendan, and Austin, Texas. Welcome to the show, Brendan.
Hey, thanks, guys. George and Ryan, I hope you guys are safe and all the listeners with all the storms and everything. It's wet, yeah. But good luck. I hope you brought your umbrellas. GPT needs to have some empiricism protocols to talk about God, but ironically, I'm not sure if AI could ever understand empiricism, which is what I would argue is the beginning of all true spirituality is empiricism, because empiricism is the knowledge that's based on sense experience, and AI doesn't have any sense experience, so it can't have the true knowledge of what it's like to experience God. But anyways, I was just thinking about that when you asked the God question, because it can't feel anything. But my question for you, Ryan, is, are there any majestic documents related to the moon, or anything majestic 12 related to that, or documents outside of majestic related to the moon?
Yeah, the moon. The answer is not that I recall. I don't think it's nothing but the moon, but certainly, the work of the Swan on the back side of the moon, and there's the seismographic data from the probe that was put on the moon, some anomalies in it. Those are just the things that I've heard. There's lots of people that have sort of focused on the moon. Is it hollow? I don't know. But there's nothing in the majestic documents per se about the moon.
Now, one funny line, do you think this gets busted wide open? We get the answers we've been looking for all these years. Yeah, the question of the answers to who and how much and to what sophistication. I mean, the holy grail is anti-gravity. It's go to the stars, their light speed, or their light speed. And, is it easy to do? What does that do to Iran's motivations or other crazy? It can be very dangerous. It's a delicate balance between exposing certain critical technologies and having a more peaceful world rather than a more warring world. George Knapp looked at a crash case too, didn't he? Yeah. George Knapp, he definitely focused on the 2008 crash out in Boston, Savannah, and yet, his presentation at one of our crash retrieval conferences, he was keynote banquet speaker, I think in like 2008, I think, when it first happened. And he's done more investigations since and had more found a variety of other witnesses and details. So he's the lead investigator on that. I'm looking forward to talking to him more about that. He's one of the best when it comes to all this. I know. He did a wonderful segment on Las Vegas TV, I think Monday of this week, for like 5 minutes on a couple of crash cases. You need to learn something on that film business. Yeah. We're going to take a short break and come back with final thoughts with you in just a moment. Ryan Wood, our special events website, all info for sportsreportdn.com. We're talking about a couple of his latest books, Magic Eyes Only, which is just been updated in the AI intelligence. Feeling lost? Not by your radio? Grab your smartphone or computer and listen to iHeartRadio. Pick up the free iHeartRadio app in the App Store or go to iHeartRadio.com.
Indicated by 24-hour news. The National Weather Service calling for potentially life-threatening flooding possible today. Genetic atmospheric river pushing in. Downtown Bass has declared a local state of emergency for SoCal. That means funding will be made available for cleanup. He's also advising people to stay home today if they can, although all LA Unified School District schools expected to remain open today. Earth movement is becoming a widespread problem in the Southland, with mudslides reported in the Inland Empire, Topanga Canyon, Orange County, and Ventura County. Also, a sinkhole reported on the 210 freeway in Silmar. A rock slide has closed the 5 transition to the 110. This will say drivers need to be very aware of changing conditions. Southland weather from KSI, rain very heavy at times, highs in the 50s. Right now, 55 in Virginia Beach, 53 for Fullerton, 54 in Carson, and 51 in Pasadena. News local from the KSI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Kenneth.
Inland Radio, I'm a teacher westbound before Huntington Drive. Safely holding the 3 right-hand lanes. Keep the series back over the tunnel truck in the trailer. Also, in the left lane, are still open. So if you're in that bathroom, all the way back to Mountain Avenue, try to save the left-hand side. We're basically on the same eastbound at Arlington Avenue. All these are temporarily get more people fast in the middle lane there. Traffic stop at 20% stop over. They're by the side. Let's get to their center. I'm also forward.
and Cheryl Mind, Richard Lewis, Hope and Kirk, and so many more, and we can add clips, and it's just going to be a lot of fun. So listen to the history of Surfing Enthusiasm on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
This week's broadcast will be Roger, Chief Marketing and Communications Officer now, talking about Michigan Hispanic and Hispanic migrants, the pace of this movement has been quick. Like the time it just gets you enough
I know if I were an attorney, I would have all kinds of rituals. If I had a trial, put their fat before, just kind of like an athlete. Like, oh yeah, no.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in those target areas than anyone else. And we can give you access to those potential customers to more cost effectively across radio, digital, podcast, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. From your cell, dial #250 and say keyword great results. That's #250 and say great results.
Are you feeling tired? Or are you actually just urgency? Rabbi wants to better to help cycle beautiful to help you.
It's the one animal that is most like us, and we keep them in a cage all day and all night at a zoo. I wonder why the zookeepers have not recommended ROTHSCHILD for that throwing their feces at you, and everyone seems to just laugh it off. The Tim Conway Jr. Show. I mean, if I went to Kelsey's and did that, they'd kick me out forever. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI, and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk. To talk to George Norrie, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first-time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll-free from east of the Rockies, call 800-625-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll-free, call 800-618-8255. To reach George via Skype, use Skype name George97313. Send George a text message anytime at 818-298-6521. From the city of Angels, this is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Next hour, astrologer Jeff Harmon back with us. We'll be talking about the future of all of us, and then we'll do some ratings in the final hour of the show. Jeff, Coast to Coast. We'll come back in a moment with Ryan Wood and take final calls for him. We'll be talking about his incredible work in the field of ecology as well. If you signed up here to become a Coast Insider, don't wait too long. It's only 15 cents a day. Hi, this is Gary from Pearland, Texas. Loyal listener since 1996. I love being a Coast to Coast Insider because I can download shows from my phone and listen anywhere in Texas. But I best place to do is a Yahoo Big Fan.
Hi, I'm Carla from Denver. I've been a Coast to Coast Insider for many, many years and love it. I get to listen whenever I want and get to talk about the show guys. You too can get these goodies and a Coast to Coast Insider today.
This is Jack. I'm a Coast Insider and I love the show. I can replay the show from the night before or anytime with the show archive. All of the guests are very informative and super entertaining. Sign up and become a Coast Insider today. You'll be glad you did.
Sure will. There's a brand new app update for these Coast staff to take advantage of that. Couple ways you sign up to become a Coast Insider. Go to our website, coasttocoast at the top of the homepage. It says Insider. Click that and sign up. The other way is to download our free app to your phone. Free app, you get 2 weeks free. Take advantage of that. If you're in Canada, you now can become a Post Insider. So every Canadian listening to our program should become an insider as well. Here's something for you to lose some weight. If you're looking to lose some weight, learning the science of weight loss versus just stomach calories is the true secret to weight loss and capsules. Here's from creator Canada to explain how insulin management is the key.
Everything for weight loss is focused on eating less calories. What a lot of people don't realize is one of the most important things to go to insulin levels. When we keep it in a first go through the liver, then it goes to the muscle, and it's important then it goes into the fat. If your insulin present, the body's business that you get paid. So the body has a mechanism that it actually shuts down the energy in the fat. So you have to be able to control that. Insulin doing it's going to be very difficult, almost impossible to go to fat.
And so tell me about weight magic brains.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing. Weight magic loss. The concept of this is control system. It's part of insulin synthesis. Also has an exact diet to control your insulin levels. So by using the following this diet, it's putting the body into the fat burning mode.
Yeah, weight magic capsules help resolve a problem most overweight people have going against them. What is that?
The core body temperature is less than the people after overweight. Managing metabolism. So just in summary, explain it this way.
That's one of the shots, man.
George's Weight Magic Roster and capsules now. Check those out. Order now at healthylooking.com or by phone at 800-595-7490. Bring the day with promo code GEORGE. That's healthylooking.com or 800-595-7490. George's Weight Magic from healthylooking.com. There's lots of global instability. So what are you going to do to protect your savings and investments from potentially major setbacks to the economy? Not too late to diversify an old IRA is going to gain the gold, and virtual gold can help you do that. As opposed to many other investments, gold flies sometimes with savings. It's important part of diversifying your savings. Part of our savings strategy, and here's how virtual can help make it part of yours. Virtual will help you convert an existing IRA or 401k to a tax-sheltered IRA in gold. It doesn't cost you a penny out of pocket to do that. And thanks coach to 989898 for a meaningful gift. An A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau offers fast-growing daily thousands of happy customers. It includes you to arm yourself with the knowledge of diversification for precious metals. That's coach to 989898 and the free info kit. Protect your savings with gold. CriticalHealthNews.com. The audio lectures, videos, and articles about health with everyday use. CriticalHealthNews.com features content from world-class alternative health experts that make a lot of sense. And there's very realistic and operation experts get their advice and trying the recommended unique products designed to work in concert with your body to provide all the nutrition it needs. Log on to criticalhealthnews.com and take advantage of all the free health information available there. Remember, education is your best defense against sickness and misery. Get inspired by visiting criticalhealthnews.com where you can purchase modular nutrition packs and see for yourself how good you can feel. Call 1-855-949-RADIO or 1-855-949-7244. And welcome back to our story with your Ryan. Ryan, is there somebody at Capitol Hill who's one of the staunchest supporters of the work that you and others do?
Well, I think the strongest person, I think, is Republican from Tennessee, Tim Burchett. He seems to be the guy with the best questions. I know Steve Bannon has been talking to him and we're
And I like this approach. But fundamentally, major grunt that, in a classified skip, I can give you the names of corporations and witnesses, cooperative and uncooperative, that are access to the crash retrieval program. And the bottom line is that maybe 50 to 100 more people now know the truth or know more of the truth around UNT crash investigations and reverse engineering. What is your father's conclusion? What is he? I'm not sure I ever asked him in that precise way, but he was, a PhD physicist. I mean, so he was fundamentally into technology. How do I change an understanding of gravity control? Clearly, he knew there was a cover-up, but he was looking for technological clues on insight. Besides doing a lot of the work with Bill Tompkins, the Bill Tompkins books are out, and 50 Control, high definition of finishing up the third book of Bill Tompkins. He's probably handwritten now. No, he's not bedridden. He's just recovering. I mean, it's physically very, very good. He can do squats better than I can. But it's just the mental acuity is in recovery. It's just sweet. Maybe for 30 seconds or a minute, you can hold the conversation. It's sad for a son. But, it's only 2 or 3 weeks into it. It takes 6 months to recover from. So if you keep getting better and better, and I love it. It's really fun. It's kind of great life. Yeah, I agree. And they spent a lot of his environment all on UFOs and working on that. My mother's going to be 95 in May. Just keeps going on. She's still dry. Oh yeah, my dad drove, 3 weeks ago he was driving. And so I was always proud to be he admired you. So the final calls was Frank in Buffalo, New York. That's called State Frank. Hello, good evening, gentlemen. Good to have you with us. Nice to be here. Thanks for taking the call. Well, I wish you all the best of health. My father just passed away here this fall. He was 82. No, 92. He was never alive 92, so it's a long life in this country. My sisters, the first is, do we have any idea where the aliens would come from? Because probably they're not from our solar system. That seems to be obvious to me, I guess. But where are they from? Do you have any clues to where their origins might be? I hear it's very ridiculous. How about you? I agree. I mean, the work of Stan Friedman on the Beta Reticuli and the Betty and Barney Hill star map is the best scientific evidence that I've seen or heard about as to where they come from. Lots of speculation, from the Pleiades and from Orion, and the pyramids along the Orion constellation formation. And there are some good clues, but the one that's most credible in my mind is that it was Big Glass. Yeah. Frank, you have a second question? Yes, if you would, please. I took about it. How did they find it? Leo shows the age of the radio for a new object. He said that no serious until after we have radios. They broadcast the fertilizing things to the atmosphere ready to the galaxy where they go. So before that, how would they know how to the other thing it sort of goes to is the great stage and the how long do advanced civilizations live. So if they live a million years or 10 million years, they have a lot of time to develop and drive around the galaxy, so to speak, and so we were discovering planets all the time, which are telescopes that they're moving on. Yeah, right. The other possibility is that they may have seen it. They may have known all along. Yeah, very. I agree, and most likely that the truth. Yeah, they just wanted to check up on it, right? Yeah, their experiment killed. So Robert, say Robert, welcome. Good morning.
Left with my girlfriend and the dog, and it was the scariest night. I had a gun, and we kept stopping at hotels. We would go in the hotel and we'd do a line, and we get paranoid, so we check the fuck out. I must have spent $2,000 in hotels that first fucking night. This went on from Aspen all the way to Boulder. When we went back to Boulder, we got there over the holidays. We kind of stayed with her mother and her father. They fucking hated me. They were Polish, and I'm Cuban. They didn't like me to fuck at all. You follow me? But, you know, she was happy. They didn't know that we had just done all these crimes, so we're sitting there eating Christmas dinner. Everybody's happy. Jingle bells, jingle bells. And I'm sitting there going, fuck. If these motherfuckers knew, you know what I'm saying? There wouldn't be no jingle bells in this house right now. But, you know, life went on, and I got a job. I got a job as a shagger at a body shop, making $3.90 an hour times 80 hours a week. Fixing cars and washing cars, and just all I wanted was to have a job, and I wanted my life to be normal. You know, I got an apartment. I borrowed money from a friend of mine in Jersey. I got an apartment. I got a job. I got some clothes. And I got this shitty fucking job. And I did it for like 2 months. But it was, we worked for a car dealership, a couple of Subaru. We had a couple of different dealers. So I would do the cars for all the different dealers. And I got assigned Subarus. So I became friends with the sales manager, the Subaru guy. His name was Pinto. A little Italian guy from Jersey, a real fucking scumbag. He was. I didn't know it, you know, but he liked me. He always talked to me and shit. And he goes, dog, you should sell fucking cars over here. And I'm like, I don't want to fucking sell cars. You know, fuck that shit. And then they promoted me to a detailer. I was really making nice cash, like $1,000 a week. I was working like a motherfucker 6 days a week, but I was making some cash. And this guy kept asking, when are you going to come over and sell cars? I'm like, oh, I'm going to fucking sell cars. I'm finally got my shit together. I was actually going to school at night to CU Boulder, continuing education. I wasn't doing too bad. No matter what position I was in, I was always going to fucking classes at night. Even if I was selling coke and I was a junkie, I would always manage to get to health and fucking fitness class for 3 credits. I don't know how the fuck I did it at night, you know what I'm saying? I started at Colorado Mountain College, and I did that for like a year and a half in Colorado, and all of a sudden when I went to CU Boulder, I transferred in, and one day at Boulder they said to me, hey, you can't take these continuing ed classes, you have too many credits, you have to transfer into the university. I'm like, they're never gonna fucking take me into the university. So I go, try it. So I tried it, Joey Diaz, and they gave me the application, you're done, you're in no fucking danger. But if your name was Jose Diaz, so I tried it, Joey Diaz, and they gave me the application, you're done, you're in no fucking danger. But if your name was Jose Diaz, boy, is there opportunity for you at this white school, you know what I'm saying? Because you're like the 4th Latino, so we would be just fucking rocking for you. We'll give you money, a car, you get your dick sucked, you have to do homework, you know what I'm saying? You'll be living like a football player, fuck it. So I'm like, ain't this a bitch? Fucking put Jose down. Whatever. I'm coming to school with Maracas. You know me. As long as they're paying, I'll do whatever the fuck you want me to do. I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? As long as I can snort coke and fucking do my thing and oh, fucking Ricky Ricardo. I'll go in there. I'll talk with a fucking accent. How are you today? Oh, fuck it. But you gotta pay me, bitch. You know what I'm saying? So. So I go to this Pinto guy and he's busting my balls. Dog, you go to school at night. You should really come sell cars in the daytime. So finally one day I go, you know what? Fuck it. I'll come on Sunday. You know, and I went home that week and I had a suit, a shirt, I dusted off. And I went in there Sunday and he goes, fuck it, just go out there. They gave me like a 5-minute training course. I knew nothing about Subarus. They're like, fuck it, it's got a hood. It's got a seat, it's got an engine, it's 4-wheel drive. Some guy Jim from Detroit, I love this motherfucker. He had no tooth. The guy was real, you know what I'm saying? Like he had scars on his forehead, he didn't give a fuck. And this guy was a top guy. He's like, this is how you sell cars, do this. So he goes, go out, try it. The first fucking day I sold 3 cars, I made $1,000. They're like, what do you want to do? I said, let me go to the fucking body shop and tell them to suck my dick. You understand me? I got to work all week for $1,000. I made $1,000 selling 3 fucking cars. I went to Fashion Bar. I got a credit card. I got like 19 suits. What's the suit? What's the suit? You know what I'm saying? I was ready and shit, right? So I start selling fucking cars, you know. And I'm a natural at this shit. I'm just out there talking to people and laughing and busting people's balls. And I was making $7,000-8,000 a fucking month. With a suit on, they gave me a car to drive around. And for the first time, I wasn't a criminal no more. I was like, oh my God, look at this. I found my calling. You know, I get up in the morning, I work hard, I send postcards, I call people, and I sell them fucking cars, you know. And you have some time off during the week, I can hike, I can play with my dog. Plus, I got fucking money, man. When you're 24 years old, you got $7,000, $10,000 a month in your pocket. It ain't bad. I was clean and sober. I mean, I was smoking dope and lifting weights, but I wasn't eating Valium, just snorting coke and nothing like that. So finally, I'm rocking and rolling at this Subaru dealership. And one day I said, listen, my buddy wants to buy a car, sell him this car. And they go, it's $500. You know, a week later, my buddy called me. He goes, oh, they got a bill for $1,500. These guys are thieves. And I said, listen, the guy wants his $1,500 back. They're like, nah, we're not going to give it back to him. I went and I got a fucking, one of those things, a sledgehammer. And I got a top one of the car. I had like 4 customers. And I said, if you don't give my money back, I'm going to start smashing fucking windshields in this motherfucker. And they said, all right, we'll give you your money back. So I gave them back my 15, but they sent me home for the day. And on the way home, I seen this Chrysler Plymouth place. That was like a little white mom and pop store. It was a Dodge place where they sold trucks to farmers, and a Chrysler Plymouth place. They had like 3 cars. The K car had just brought them back. But it was a nice store. They gave me a nice house. So I stopped in there and I applied. And they go, come back Monday. I told the Subaru store to suck my dick. So I said, fuck it. You know, the Subaru store was just a bunch of fucking criminals, man. And once I realized they were all criminals, I felt shitty about myself. I was like, I mean, they had a guy, Norm, that was in and out of jail. And he'd come back to sell cars the next day like nothing. And he used to teach me how to piss test in those days. This guy used to tie a douche bottle around his fucking body with the hose to his dick, and he would pee in the fucking thing with the fucking douche thing. This guy was a genius. And there was another guy, Carlos, was a bank robber, and he was robbing banks at lunchtime while he was selling cars. You understand me? This motherfucker was from Boston. He was Italian and Cuban. One day I'm at lunch, fucking high in the back, smoking a fucking pipe, and the place is surrounded by SWAT. I'm like, what the fuck? They were looking for Carlos. This is a real car dealership. They would throw people's keys on the roof and shit. This was crazy. These motherfuckers started drinking at 10 in the morning. This was no joke. These no licenses, DUIs, but these guys sold fucking cars. I mean, this was 8 salesmen who sold fucking 300 cars a month. We were fucking gorillas out there. And you had to trick people, and they would tackle you, and they would say things to you like your suit don't look right, or your breath stinks, so they would fucking get in your head. It's called pissing on your leg. And if these guys were geniuses, you know, so I mean, I don't want to be a criminal. I just want to make money and be a mom and pop motherfucker. I go over to Chrysler. It's the American way. You know what I'm saying? It's the American way. American fucking people. I walked in there was not one American in there. Everything but a fucking American. And they were sniffling too. Everybody was sniffling the first day. And I'm like, oh fuck. Everybody snorts fucking coke. Everybody gets high. The fucking owner, like the manager, was like this old Jewish guy. His name was Artie. And he was sniffling all day. But this motherfucker knew how to sell a car. He was a Jew. He knew and he taught me, bro, and I fucking got good. This motherfucker used to start with a credit app first and break a motherfucker down psychologically. Like he's like, if they tell you their personal shit, then you own these motherfuckers. He was a Jew, dog. You follow me? Old school. He wore a yarmulke and had diamonds on it. That means he was a real fucking Jew. Fuck it, I'm wearing diamonds on my shit. Blood ones, I don't give a fuck. I got a finger on one hanger. I don't give a fuck. This guy was the last of the real fucking Jews. It could be 10 to 9, and a guy could be driving on a bike. Let's go out and sell that motherfucker a car. And he would sell him a car. I got no money. I don't give a fuck. We'll drive you to your house and get your wallet. This guy was amazing fucking salesman. I remember one night this Asian guy came in, and he was like, what do you want to do? And the guy's like, I think I want to buy a car. He didn't even fuck around. He goes, you got money? And the guy had one of those things, and he opened it up, and he had, I got 15,000. He goes, fuck it. Let's go. Let's sell this. He took me aside. Let's sell this motherfucker a car. The deal was we sold him a car, but the next day I had to drive him to a Chrysler place to get the car he wanted. This guy's an Asian. He's a freak. He's $100. Take him to a strip club. We're going to get this guy for every dollar he's fucking got. On the way home, I stopped at Charlie, whatever, the one that's naked with a woman dance, where you bring your own shit. This motherfucker started drinking that yin yang juice. He got all fired up in there. He was sweating and shit. He didn't want to leave. How much for the car? 18,000. Here's 3 fucking more. Every 10 minutes, I hit him up for another 3 G's. He just kept giving me traveler's check with mouse with tongues pictures on it. Fuck it. This guy had real paper and shit. So, this store was fucking crazy. It was 4 salesmen and everybody was fucking gacked up. So finally, after a month, I said, you know what, fuck it. I'm going to start doing blow. And it was the most fucking crazy store because 2 of the salesmen would do blow and hide. So I would come in, buy a gram, give them 2 bumps, and they got rid of 2 salesmen for the day. So now it was me and Rob, but there was only 4 of us. I got to think like a Jew when you're around Jews. So now it was Rob, he was half a Jew, but he snorted coke too. And he used to be superstitious. He got a lucky red pen, so whenever he was selling the car, he put the red pen down, I'd steal it. That's Jew type shit, you know what I'm saying? He'd come back, where's my red pen? I have no fucking idea. He would not sell that car. He'd go to a stationery store and buy another Parker pen. I would take the pens and just hide them in the ceiling. Just a torch. Every time he was on a roll, I'd steal a fucking red pen. I can't sell a car without my red pen. I used to crack everybody. I was Captain fucking cracking there. Then he started selling blow because he couldn't make enough money. He had like 9 kids. He'd be sweating all day with glasses on. They'd be all fucked up. But he didn't have the balls. He didn't have the balls to take the coke home with him because of the wife and kids. So he would hide at the dealership. You can't do that shit around me. I figured him out one night. I called him like 11. He got 8 nuts at the dealership. Bang! The next day, service opens at 6:15. I'm there at 6:07 with a fucking flashlight and a hat with a light. I'm looking for that shit. So I would take the coke out and put aspirin in there and put it back in the ceiling. He'd come in, I'd watch him. I'm like, watch this motherfucker. I'd watch him go into the back. I'd watch him reach, take the coke out of the ceiling, go in the bathroom. They come out, go, that coke ain't right. Something's right. I'm fucking dying. You know what I'm saying? I'm dying. I'm like, this cocksucker ain't getting no headache today. Oh, I would torture these dudes. The whole deal, and Artie, and then I found out Artie, the manager, the 60-year-old Jew, was the fucking dealer. He was getting coke sent to him right from like Bogota, and he had the Chrysler store and the Dodge store hopping. And the Dodge store was good old boys. You couldn't fuck with those motherfuckers. I didn't even go down there because they were like ex-Vietnam vets, like Hamburger Hill and shit like that. Talking about eating people. There was one guy that would threaten you, I'll fucking kill you if you don't buy a goddamn car. His truck, motherfucker. It was fucking nuts. So I became nuts. This guy's name was Dale. He was in Hamburger Hill. And we went to see the movie Hamburger Hill when it came out. He's like, that's a lie. He was yelling at the screen. He wanted to go, I'm not beating the fucking camera guy up. I'm like, dog, he's just up to $8 an hour. Fuck him. Beat him out. He hated fucking everybody. He hated everybody. He would insult me all day for being Cuban, but he loved me. I knew he loved me, you know? You spick motherfuckers, people like you ruining this fucking country. But I loved it. I loved it. The fucking Cubans, they came over, they cut the prices of cocaine. He was always, I love racist people. You got it. I love them. And I love when they're racist against me. That's why I laugh even harder. I love it. I love all this. This is this dealership. And the manager down there was Jim. He was fucking crazy too. This guy was having fucking, his wife was the S&A manager, and he was fucking her at work. I mean, they were doing coke. And finally, I got into an argument one day with Jim. I said, Jim, fuck you. We almost went to blows, and I quit. And by this time, I was fucked up. I'm gone. I'm gone more than when I lived in Jersey. I'm gone more than when I lived in Aspen. So I said, fuck it. I'm going back to Super with those criminals. If I'm going to be a criminal, I'm going to go make criminal money, and I'm going to go fucking snort coke and die and drink and fucking do it. Crash a demo and go to jail and come out and sell cars and make $10,000. I didn't give a fuck. I was already committed to this shit. So I went back. They had fired Peter behind this new guy, Wayne, and I loved this motherfucker from day one. He was like an old Sons of Anarchy type motherfucker. He had tattoos and shit. It was the 80s. Nobody had tattoos. This guy, he was crubbing. He just dug me. He dug me. He used to call me the renegade. You're a fucking Cuban renegade. I love your people, dog. I love your people. I love you. You're fucking all renegades and shit. So he understood me. So he catered to me. He took care of me. And there was a lot of new faces there, but there was one fucking face that I hadn't seen before. And his name was Bell. Good-looking fucking dude. I was 24. He was maybe 26. He had like a cut lip, like he had already been beat up a couple times. And, you know, he looked like he was up for a couple days. So here I was up for a couple days. He's up for a couple days. So obviously you just navigate to one another. You know what I'm saying? And we started talking, and I'm feeling him out. But at the time, you know, it's so fucked up when you have that kiss of death loser mentality. The better things are going, you just want to fuck it up. You know, as bad as things were, they could have been worse in New York. They could have been fucking not sleeping and carrying a gun. And here I was just selling cars, making money, and I was still fucking it up. But I would talk to my friends back home, you know, in Jersey, and they're going skiing, they're doing 8 balls and having orgies. And then I am in fucking Colorado hanging out with a bunch of fucking farmers, going to bed at 10 o'clock at night, walking around campus with a book in my hand. I'm like, fuck this. I'm 24. I got to make a score, and I'm going back to Jersey. I'm going to dump this chick. You know, fuck my friend that lives with me out here from Jersey. I'm sick of this goody-goody life. I need a fucking score. And this kid comes over to me. Right after I said this to my friend, I hang up the phone. This is Denver against Summit. It's a Monday night, so the dealership was quiet. So I would usually call long distance on that night. Trust me. That was a 24-hour walking fucking scam. You know, I had a phone at the house, but I used long distance at the dealership. I was horrible. I was a horrible fucking person. So now I'm sitting there, I'm like, how am I going to get back home? And this fucking fella guy comes up to me one morning and he goes, hey man, can you give me a ride to a liquor store? I mean, it was like fucking 9 o'clock. So I figured he needed cigarettes or rolling papers, what normal people fucking need in the morning, you know? When we get to the liquor store, he goes, hey man, you want something? I go, yeah, give me like a Diet Coke or a Coke or whatever. He goes, you don't want no rum? And I'm like, no. He comes back with like a half gallon of fucking vodka. He sits down, he starts drinking it straight. When we go back to the dealership, he's like, you want a bump? So I knew this guy was already trouble. I liked it. I'm like, fuck, I'm gonna hang out with this guy. He's perfect for me. I mean, birds of a feather flock fucking together, right? So we talked for about a week, and one night he goes, you want to give me a ride home? Give me a ride home, and he has no license, you know, and he's telling me how he got this DUI, and he got caught for possession, and they're gonna throw him in jail. He doesn't want to do time. So his roommate, where he was staying, had 2 kilos of coke. And he was going to rob it, sell it at wholesale, and move to Arizona and start a new life. So I'm like, that's fucking cool. So he goes, if you know anybody that wants to buy coke wholesale, let me know. So we go upstairs, and I go, give me like $20 worth, and he gives me like a fucking 8 ball. And I go home, and every bump I'm doing at home, my mind is going. And I'm like, I'm going to rob this motherfucker. This is it, you know. At this point, guys, I was robbing everything that wasn't nailed down. The $5 grand a month I was making wasn't even paying for nothing. I was snorting that up. I was going there in the mornings and robbing the soda machine. I mean, I was stealing I was fucking a 24-hour fucking theft machine. 24-hour felonies every fucking day. My roommate, who was also from North Bergen, was renting out the new cars to strippers at the bus stop on a daily rate and putting a plate on it for the dealer. And I was getting a cut of that. It was 24-hour fucking madness. You know, I would go to the fucking Boulder was not prepared for a character like me. I'm telling you, I walked out of the fucking mall one time with a CD player, Radio Shack. Just picked it up and walked out with the bar. Nobody stopped me. Nobody said nothing. You know, I figured out how to steal by not stealing. I would go to Make DNF, pick up a blanket for $300, bring it to the thing, and go, my mother bought me this. I got 3 of them. And they look at it like, we don't have any other ones. Really? I really want a blanket. And they're like, well, we can either give you a check or cash. I don't really need the cash, but I'll take it if you have it. And they put like $199, and you get $260 plus tax. They even give you a tax. I was going in there bringing back a blanket and getting $200. That's the time your espresso machines are just starting to get hot. I was Joey Espressos. Everybody I knew had an espresso machine, even if they didn't drink fucking coffee. I finagled one out of you. Just give me $60, bro. 200 new, just give me 60. Who do you know? Somebody wants to come on, they want fucking coffee. There you are. Everything. I was a 24-hour selling, stealing, snorting, fucking crazy. And I had a great girlfriend, but she lived with her parents, so she would go home at 9:30 at night. And I would just go off the deep end. She'd come back like at 7 with my shirt iron. Boy, that was a good night's sleep. I hadn't slept for fucking weeks. Weeks I hadn't slept. So this was my fucking mindset. So I'm thinking about this guy like a pork chop right now. I mean, let's fucking face it. At this time right now, I was just looking to fucking kill somebody. I really was. I was just either looking to kill somebody or looking to kill myself at this point. I just wanted to score. I was still angry about my mom dying, the drug situation. I didn't have it good. I had to work for everything I had. I was angry, like most kids are at 24 when they got to fucking work every day. You want a better life. You wish you're a Kardashian. You don't know what the fuck you want. But you know you don't want this at 24. I had no family. I had this girl. I'm living in Boulder, surrounded by fucking Republicans. I don't fucking know. All these waspy fucks. I don't know these fucking people. I don't know these fucking people. I'm from North Bergen, New Jersey, dog, where people look like they're retarded. You know, I don't know these fucking nice-looking people that say good morning to you in the morning. You know what that's like the first time somebody goes, good morning? You're like, go fuck yourself, good morning. Hey, I know good morning. I don't know you, motherfucker. Those people are nice fucking people, man. So I go, you know what? Let me just shoot these motherfuckers. I popped the trunk. I looked at the fucking gun. I had it hidden under the spare tire. I took it out, looked at it, and I go, you know what? If I shoot that idiot in the other, because dead men don't tell tales. I fucking knew this. Going in. Here's why I knew even better. In 1985, I was about to leave New York, and I went to 148th Street to cop a bag of fucking weed. I was just up there. And my Santeria godmother is on 148th and Broadway, and I just happened to go up there because she would always give me $50. So I went up there, she's like, come in, and she's like, let me read the cards for you and all this shit. I hadn't seen my godmother in like 2 years because my stepdad had gotten into a shootout in New York and she wouldn't let him in. So he told me, if you see that cunt, don't ever fucking talk to that motherfucker. I gave her tons of money and I'm shot and the guy is shot and he won't let me in. My father was from a different fucking planet. These are nice fucking people. I didn't want somebody bleeding in their house. I didn't care. I loved her. She was good to me as a kid. She was, let me throw the cards for you. And she's like, you're doing cocaine. And she didn't know me to do that stuff. When I ran with her, she knew I hated drugs and stuff. And she goes, plus, stop doing that because you're going to get yourself in trouble and don't do business with 3 people. Don't ever get involved with 3. It's always got to be 2 or 4 because 2 people can always turn against you. Right there, all these fucking thoughts are going into my head. All these fucking thoughts, they told me. I knew not to do business with these 2 idiots. I fucking knew it going in. The only way I'm going to solve this fucking problem is to shoot these motherfuckers. That's the only way I'm going to solve this fucking problem. I took it, I cracked that fucking gun, I put it in the back, I looked around, I knocked on the fucking door, and Tidwell was like, what? And I looked at him, and he was so fucking weak as a man. I was like, what would I gain from shooting this fucking moron and this other fucking moron that let this happen to him? He didn't even see the fucking score. He's so coked out. All of us are going to get what we fucking deserve. But you know what? I still got to live with myself. It ain't worth having these 2 dummies' blood. And at that time, America's Most Wanted just started coming on. So I knew this shit, they would find you. Listen, if I ever done something bad and I went back to North Bergen, you have to come in there with an army to get me. Because I grew up with those cops, and they would tell me fucking everything. I grew up with the DA. The DA in my hometown just got busted for bringing weed from here to fucking North Bergen. I grew up with these savages. It's in our heart. We're all fucking savages. At the end of the day, we are what the fuck you are. You can put a suit on me, a sweater, a stage. I'm a fucking savage, and that's just how it is. And I should have killed this motherfucker. But something was like, Joey, get in the car, that whole thing. You know, when you walk into a building, there's a guy with a hat, and they open the door for you. When I got out of the car, the guy would usually say to you, like that time, he was like, who are you here to see? He could tell when I pulled up on my body language. He just opened the door and didn't fucking ask. That's the body language. I didn't think about it till that night. Like that guy would have to. I know those buildings in Boulder. They had those people. They pay him fucking good, so they ask questions. This guy seen me coming with his little fucking hat on, his little ice cream hat on. And he just opened that door and put his head down. And basically, as I was hitting the door, the Lord was right there with me because some lady was getting her mail and she was going in. So I went after her. I pressed fucking 3. I went up to the 3rd floor. I mean, guys, I went like a fucking like outlaw Josie Wales. There was no stop. I was like the Terminator. The elevator went bing, and I just went down the hallway. I went up to the door. There was no knocking. There was nothing. I had that piece behind me. I kicked that fucking door down, and I went in, and that ceiling hangs. It's a suspended ceiling. I got my gorilla fucking jeans. I jumped up, and I pulled the fucking whole ceiling down. It went bam. Blood was on my hands. I didn't give a fuck. I was taking this coke, and I was leaving town. All of a sudden, I heard boom, and there's dust, and I look over, and there's this baggie, and it was wrapped with Colombian newspaper, the fucking mother load right there. I sat and even read what the weather was in Bogota the week before, you know what I'm saying? I was like, it was 86 in Bogota 2 weeks ago. Ain't this a motherfucker? Look at this shit. I picked up that Coke. I put it in a fucking brown paper bag. I walked down the stairs like I owned the building. I went in the drawer. There was no cash in there. The grinder was gone. The blow was gone. But I had the fucking £4. I walked out of that motherfucker. I did an old school trick. I thought the cops were looking for me. I thought this guy was going to call the cops. I got in my car and I drove and I pulled over. And there's those newspaper machines. You put a quarter in, you know those fucking things, idiots? Then you pop open. Next time you pop it open, look at the bottom. There's a little stash down there. That's old school. That's where the old school coke dealers used to put their shit. That's why whenever I get a paper, I always look at the bottom. It might be a jackpot, you know what I'm saying? Fuck the internet. Nobody gives you a pound of coke on the internet. When you go to the paper for a fucking quarter, boom, it's like Vegas. So pay attention to the important things, people, okay? So I said, fuck it, I don't want the cops following me. I hid it in there. That's old school shit. And I went home and I called my buddy at the dealer and I said, listen, go to that newspaper thing and just go straight to Aspen. I got a guy up there that's waiting for the £4 fucking pounds. Just take it right up to Aspen. I'll call him, tell him I'm on the way. Take it, sell it, and come right the fuck back. Get the cash. Don't get the cash. Have him in Western Union. I knew this guy for years. I said, just get rid of it. There's going to be a fucking problem. I took a little piece out of it. You know me, I had to celebrate solo. I took a little piece. I stopped at the liquor store. I bought like a fucking whatever, a beer, and I went home, locked the door, and I just snorted and thought of what my next move was. I didn't know what was happening over there. That night, about 10 o'clock, he knocks on my door, Tidwell. He's like, where the fuck are you? I got a dilemma. I got to get this guy out of the fucking city. And I'm like, it's 10 o'clock. I left you at 2. You didn't get him out. He's like, we got to go back and find the coke. And I'm like, we can't go now. The guy's there. He didn't know that I had already shipped the fucking coke. The coke was already on the way to Aspen. It was out of my possession. The scale was out of the house. Everything. I fucking knew something was going to happen. I was just going to play it out a couple of days. I was going to see if I get the money and fly out. I couldn't make a plane reservation. My plan was to drive out of New Mexico or Vegas or something like that just to avoid anything. He leaves, he threatens me again. I go, you know what? The fucking mood I'm in, you dumb motherfucker. You got away with murder before. You've been stoned and you're driving down a block in the valley or an alley when there's an idiot next to you on a bicycle and you're really high and you almost hit him and you realize you almost killed the motherfucker. He just don't know. He's riding with his helmet all fucking out. And you want to pull over and say, you don't know how lucky you just came to die. You know what I'm saying? You ever get that high? You just zoom past the bicyclist and you're like, ooh, that motherfucker don't know. It's his lucky day. Ooh, I didn't see that guy. I definitely didn't see that guy. Fuck him. That's how lucky this guy was. Like, I felt like saying, you know how lucky you were, dog. I spared you, and I spared that other fucking loser. Get the fuck off my balcony. By this time, I got the blow on me. I'm wound up. I already told the girlfriend not to come down. I was going to jerk off that night. I had to think. I had to go into deep fucking concentration about what my next move was because I knew it was he. He left, and some part of it, I just passed out and drank. You know, when you pass out, you don't even remember pass out. You just wake up and your zip is open. And there's a phone next to your dead. Beep, 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 beep. My zipper wasn't here. I just woke up to one of those fucking things. And I go to the window and I look, and it's just the detailer at the Subaru place, the in-house guy, blazing bright, little fucking crazy Irish motherfucker, crazy. This guy would eat, snort pills and glue and banana tablets. This guy didn't give a fuck. He'd be back there buffing cars all day, just sweating. How are you? Good. He'd just be out there fucking. He shows up. He's like, dog, listen, I'll make a wake you up, but they got the fucking building surrounded at the dealership. And they're about 10 minutes behind me. They're in there right now. Wayne's fucking throwing them off. He took me in the back and said, go over and wake him up and get him out of here. I get dressed. I get my fucking everything. I kiss the dog. I feed the dog. As I'm fucking walking across the street, I see the cops coming down my block. Those two fucking idiots, like a black and white and a regular unmarked car. And I cross the street and I go across the street and I call my girlfriend at the haircutting place and I go, hey, you gotta pick me up. There was a problem with Tidwell. You gotta pick me up as soon as possible. I didn't even know what had happened at this point. I just knew something had happened. The cops were looking for me. I fucking, after I hang up, I go for my weed. And you can't leave the house without your weed. And I had good weed. Like I was getting this Buddha Thai weed sent out from Jersey, that chocolate shit that Jamaicans smoke and dreadlock their hair. I couldn't just leave it in the fucking house. This is how crazy I was. I said, fuck it, I'm going back to get that fucking weed. I don't care what cops are waiting for me. So when I walked like 2 fucking blocks, crossed the street and walked the side streets to my backyard behind, jumped the fence, went in the house. You know, while I'm in the house getting the weed, I look out and there's a cop car out there waiting for me, like unmarked there. I got my weed, I fucking went out the back door. And I remember as I was crossing, there was another car coming, he looked right at me. And I'm like, this is not like a TV show. They would already have me if this is a TV show. What fucking kind of cops are these idiots? I just went in, got my weed, walked around, so I get back to route King Supers it was. And there's my girlfriend, she takes me up to the house, and I go up there, and once I get to the house, I start making calls, and I found out Vela, Tidwell put Vela in the trunk of the car. He was going to drive him to Denver to take a bus, the midnight bus. But when he left my house, he forgot to put his headlights on. Are you ready? He got pulled over for no headlights on. And when the guy asked him for the registration, he heard, he goes, what the fuck is going on? He pulled his gun out. They opened the trunk and there's fucking Vela. That's the luck I got. That's the fucking luck. This is how deep God was going to get me for this one. God was getting me. It all came down to fucking not turning your headlights on. Okay, food for thought, motherfuckers. If you ever kill somebody, put your headlights on. That's what I found out. It's in the paper. It's in the paper that they found him, a drug situation, and that my name was, they're still looking for a third victim. So I just stood there for like 2 days. Finally, the second day, I couldn't take it. They lived in the mountains. I came down. I rented Above the Law. It was just out brand new. And Lethal Weapon was just, that was the hot fucking movie on VHS, you know. So I was out of weed, too. So I had to go to the weed dealer, get some weed. But when I go to the video store, my buddy at the car dealership said, listen, the detective came and gave me a card. You should call him. The guy seemed okay. He wasn't okay. It's good cop, bad cop. So I got the kid's number. And I fucking called the cops. But I called them from the Kmart. And there was an Albertsons across the street in the Coco's restaurant. And they called him from Kmart. I want to talk to the detective, whatever. And he goes, hold on 1 second. Who's calling? Joey Diaz. They had me on hold trying to trace the fucking call. Boom, I hang up. I watch a lot of TV shows, dog. And at that time, there was no Discovery. There was none of that shit. We had 3 fucking channels, but you learn. After like 36 seconds, they'll fucking trace that motherfucker. So I called back again, and they're like, hold on 1 second. I hang up on them again. Hold on 1 second. I go, listen, you're going to keep putting me on home trace. I just want to talk and see what happens. He goes, this is Detective whatever, Jose. He goes, you got a lot of problems here. Just come in, tell us what happened, and we'll let you fucking go. And he goes, where are you? And I look around, I go, I'm at Albertsons. He goes, I'll be there in 2 minutes to talk to you. I hung up the phone, I ran to my fucking car and just sat there. Within minutes, I seen fucking trucks and helicopters and fucking cops all bust into Albertsons with their guns, and I'm like, fuck it, I'm in trouble. I took that car and went back up to the mountains and went into thought. It was Friday, right? So I said, fuck it, the detective told me to come down, talk to him, and he'd let me go home. That was the night that Don Johnson was going to marry Sheila Easton on Miami Vice. And I had plans to stay home and watch that wedding that night. I had the tuxedo, you know what I'm saying? I was going to sit there by myself and just fuck it. Don Johnson was getting married. I was ready, so that was what, should I turn myself in or should I wait till after the wedding? You know what I'm saying? I was still, man, you guys think I'm fucking with you. I'm dead serious. Like, I had spare ribs for that night. I was going to get Chinese food. I was going to fuck my girlfriend. I had it all planned. We were going to a wedding, motherfucker. So I'm like, you know what? Fuck the wedding. I'll whatever, tape it and watch it. Let me go down there and talk to him. But I always knew that you don't talk to fucking cops. If you do talk to them, just talk about something completely different. If they ask you about a robbery, talk to them about the pictures fucking Mickey Mouse drew in 1958. Just, I don't know, you know, and they get thrown off and they get furious and then they can't have a conversation with you because they think you're actually like Tidwell, fucking half retarded. So that's what I always do. I just throw riddles at them, you know what I'm saying? So I tell my girlfriend, I go, listen, drop me off about 10. We had a nice breakfast. We smoked a joint. I go, I'm going to talk to them. I'll be home by 4 or 5. We'll watch the wedding. I'll be on a few fucking hours. We'll watch the wedding, get what you were going to get. Here's some cash. Let's do this. Love you, bye. I go into the police department. I got to go into Boulder Police. I go up to a window, detective, whatever. They go, who are you, Joey Diaz? They go, walk in through that door. Walked in through that door. When that door buzzed, was, and I walked in, every fucking cop in there put his weapon into the fucking floor. I'm like, you just invited me in. You know what I'm saying? How fucking rude are you motherfuckers? Throwing me, I didn't even wipe my feet. Throwing me on the floor. They, get down. Like all this dramatics. I was like, oh, these fucking idiots. I'm a fucking animal, guys. I'm an animal. And that coke at this guy's house turned me into the savage that I was. Listen, I'm going to tell you guys a story, right? I grew up in New York City in that area, and I know LA, and they got gangs, and everybody's tough. Let me tell you something. There's the difference between talking about it and the difference between shooting somebody in the fucking head. In Boulder, Colorado, I met more fucking killers that would take in those woods. They would take in those fucking woods in Boulder. I knew a couple of Vietnam vets that had Agent Orange that were missing half their fucking face. They even told me, we don't shoot people in Boulder. We just put peanut butter in their pockets and tie them up to a fucking tree in the woods. You come back the next day, there's an elbow and a tooth. That's it. That's it. Those bears will eat right fucking through you. You follow me? And they no Santa Monica police shooting fucking animals up there. Those cops don't give a fuck. It's like Vegas. What happens in the woods stays in the fucking woods. You follow me? You follow what I'm saying to you? So there's some fucking animals. So I started thinking about it. I knew these two fucking Vietnam vets that were up there that were dying to kill people. They didn't even give a fuck. You just had to give these guys a reason to stab somebody. So I'm sitting there going, who can I get to fucking help me with the scam? You know, I already had the scam set up in my head. I got to set up a dealer with another guy with a fake buyer. I already had the fucking move in my head. I had done it before. I was in Colorado by myself. Who am I going to fucking recruit? I didn't have that many days to get my buddies out there. Plus, my buddies stick out. It took me fucking 8 years to accumulate, to learn how to walk in Colorado without sticking the fuck out. When you're from Jersey, is the way you talk. You don't mention pizza. You don't talk about bagels. These fucking morons come over from New York. What bagels? Who gives a fuck about a fucking bagel guy? This blonde pussy walking around everywhere on roller skates. You can chase these bitches, and you're worried about a fucking bagel, you fucking momo. So, I'm like, who the fuck am I going to get to kill? Who am I going to get to help me fucking take the drugs off this kid? This is a perfect set. This guy was a grape. Listen, when the drug scene came up, a lot of people thought they were going to become fucking dealers. These guys had no fucking experience selling stamps. You follow me? They never even had a paper route, and now they want to become drug dealers. And let me tell you something. When it comes to life is fucking dirty. When it comes to drugs and kilos and shit, it becomes a different situation. And it turns people into different things, and it's fucking scary. It's fucking scary. And here I was, scaring the shit out of myself. I'm sitting there going, I'm taking this motherfucker down. I called one of my buddies, and he's like, I can't make it. I work for the airlines. I'd love to rob him with you. I remember this guy was crazy. But he couldn't get off. He had a girlfriend, so I had this guy in Boulder that I worked at the body shop with. You got these guys, a guy that just tries to be fucking cool, but he's retarded. He had the goatee, the tattoo, the leather jacket, the sports car, the motorcycle, the pit bull. He had everything to be fucking cool. He hung out with motorcycle guys in the strip club. When he sold you drugs, it was like a James Bond movie. He's like, come here. And everything was... and the guy was half a fucking momo, but he wasn't a bad guy. So I'm like, maybe Tidwell out. His name was Tidwell. He was a fucking idiot. He'd been in the Navy for 10 years. He was in San Diego. Now he was in love with a stripper. Who danced at a nude place. Are you ready, guys? She danced at a nude strip club. And she was divorcing her husband. So she left the husband and moved into Tidwell's bedroom. He had to sleep on the couch. The reasoning was she was in love with him, but she wouldn't sleep with him until she got a divorce because she was Catholic. You want me to say that again, or did you guys comprehend that? The first fucking shot. She made this moron sleep on the couch while she went into bed with that hot little fucking body, and he slept on the couch like a fucking, I don't even know what. Because after 3 nights, I'm fucking something. I'm going in there, I'm kicking the door down, I'm fucking her feet. Something's going down. You're not going to live here for a week for free. You got to wash a dish, you got to suck a dick. Something's got to happen here. Fuck that Catholicism guilt. I'm Catholic too, bitch. We'll write it off together. I'll eat your pussy, and we'll fucking go to fucking confession together, all right? When he told me this, I'm like, I got this fucking grape too. So the deal was set. He was going to be the dealer. I was going to be the middleman, and Vela was going to be the victim. So get the timing just fucking right. We had like a week to work with because his trial was like in 3 weeks or something. We had a plea bargain. Now, there's an expression, with a tangle web we weave when we tangle to deceive. That played out that fucking day. It was November 18th. Everything's set. Tidwell's parents had money, so his mother had property in Boulder, this dumb fuck. And she had rental property in Boulder, so he was going to use one of her houses to set him up. When he told me this, I go, your mother has rental properties and you're robbing shit? I got no family. I'm out here fucking robbing for myself every day. I understand that, but you got a nice fucking whatever. He goes, just bring him over here and we'll do a drug deal here, blah, 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 and we'll mug him here. And the plan was, we were going to mug him. He was the middleman. He was going to whip out a gun. I was going to act surprised. Oh my God, what's happening here? He was going to put me against the wall. He was going to take Vella's shit. We were going to put Vella in the fucking car, take him to the bus in Arizona, give him $80 and put him on the bus and tell him never to come back. It was going to look like he robbed the guy, his roommate. That was my brilliant fucking plan. That was it. I was on the street stealing for 8 years, and that was my brilliant fucking plan. Now, I would have just picked the guy up, shot him, dragged him into the woods, and taken the coke, and nobody would have known nothing. I would have had a conscience, though. I would have fucking snapped, you know. I would have ratted on myself on Facebook or some shit. I killed fella in 87. Oh, please, Lord. Because, you know. So, with all that, you know, I'm like, that was the fucking plan. So I called Vella that night after work. We worked together on Sunday, and he goes, let's do it Tuesday. I'll rob the coke. Randy's gone for the whole day. He won't come back till 9. He won't even realize what's going on. It's perfect. No worries. Monday, and I'm thinking about this in my head. I'm looking at my girlfriend, I'm looking at my roommate, I'm looking at my dog, and I'm like, you know what? This is all great, but I got to go with the plan. I got to do this. It's over. I don't want to do this no more. I am what I am. At that time, I couldn't break out of the fucking piece of shit mentality I was. I was like, fuck, I did all these things. I'm never going to do nothing better. Fuck it. Let me just rob this guy. Between you and me, I really wanted to shoot somebody at that time. I just wanted to get it over with, even if it was just in the fucking ankle. Even if it was in the leg, I just wanted to fucking get it out of the way. I had worked with all these guns. I'm like, today's the day. I had this 9mm that I had from Aspen when I used to sell guns. And I had it hidden in my front yard. I would never, because I didn't want any problems in the house or bring bad luck. So I put it in the front yard in the bag, and I wrap it up with saran wrap and all that shit. I took it out and I put it in the trunk of the car, and I picked up Vella and I buzzed him. He goes, come on upstairs. And I'm like, fucking perfect. I can case the place out. So I go upstairs. He goes, come in the room. And he takes this fucking big bag of blow out of the drawer. He gives me a bump and he puts it back. And he takes a rock out. He goes, let's do this rock. And he goes to grind it up. The grind is filled with coke. So he goes, we'll just take this coke rock and give it to Tidwell as a sample. I go, perfect. You know, it's nice and shiny. He'll love it. So I see the fucking bag of coke. I see the grinder. And I see a stack of money in there. So he closes the desk and let's go. We might as well go. You guys know what a drop ceiling is? It's these fucking squares. It's held by beams. It goes that way and that way. And it has these little styrofoam fucking things that you push up. And you can hide shit in the 80s and 70s and take your gun up there and nobody would know. But you get fucked up and leave it halfway open. So people are like, ah! Somebody moved that fucking piece right there. It's on the way out. He goes, that's what coke is. When we come back, you just help me climb up and get it and it's yours. I'm going to sell it to your fucking buddy. So I knew the whole layout of the place. We get in the fucking car, boom. We're driving to Tidwell's house. As I'm making a left on the Canyon Boulevard, you know when something makes you look up? I just looked up and I seen BCTC, a community correctional facility. And I just made a mental note, and that should have been right there. If that was today, I would have fucking made that U-turn and said, we're going to rob this guy, but not today. Because I seen that sign. I'm real superstitious, but I said, fuck superstitious. This motherfucker's going down. I'm going to have a kilo tonight. I'm going to snort half of it. I'm going to rub it all over my body and my nutsack. I'm going to find some chick at a bar to lick it. I'm going to fucking have a blast. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to go to Denver Airport. I'm going to take a first-class flight. I'm going to snort the whole way to fucking Newark. I'm going to go party with the devils, and then I'm fucking going out. That's it. I'm doing something. That's it. That was my fucking brainstorm plan. I picked this motherfucker up. Boom. He shows me everything. We get in the car. We're driving. We get to where fucking Tidwell is. I get out. We walk in. I introduce him. I mean, the plan was to talk to the kid for a little while. Soften him up and then pull the fucking gun out. Tidwell goes, hold on one second. He turns around with a fucking machine gun. Right? He's pointing what the fuck? I'm like, Tidwell, slow the fuck down. And he's like, you too, get on your hands and knees and all this shit. And I'm like, Tidwell, what the fuck? And he goes, bring him in the other room. So bring him in the other room. And he's like, are you in on this? And I gotta tell you guys, I felt like a fucking mook. Because I'm the type of fucking thief that I want to rob you and look in your fucking eyes if I want to rob you. That's how I was raised. If I'm going to do a crime, I'm going to look at you. I'm not going to go in there like a faggy way. Like, oh my God, what a surprise. I didn't like that shit. So already I was starting to fucking feel bad. This isn't my type of fucking game. My game was put the gun out. Let's take them, rob them. That's it. All the charades and all this fucking faggotry was killing me. It was fucking killing me. So we take him into this room, you know. We tie him up. He goes, tie him up. I go, you fucking tie him up. I ain't tying him up. You're robbing me too. You got to tie me up too. He tied him up and he doesn't tie me up. So the kid automatically knows. He goes, how can you do this? I go, dog, you set yourself up. You know this fucking game. How you going to show up at me with 4 pounds of fucking coke? How you going to come at me with 4 fucking pounds of coke? I'm a shark. I'm a fucking shark. How you going to show up like that? It's 1987. Look at me. I'm ready to fucking stab somebody. The plan was Tuba was going to go back to the house. We give the guy the kid's keys. He goes back to the house. He's going to look at the house. I don't tell Tidwell nothing when nothing is. I go, Tidwell, I didn't go up there. I don't know what it's like. Just go through the house. 25 minutes comes back. This fucking Momo walks in. And he says to me, I went in there and all I found was an 8-ball and $60. So I know. I don't say nothing. I go, really? They double fucking crossed us. So I went into the room. I go, Vela, where's the fucking blow? He went over there, wasn't there. Vela's like, I don't know what you're talking about. Vela knew what I was talking about. He played it off perfectly. So I go back out and I go, you know what, bro? I started thinking, I go, you know what? You're fucking me. There was more fucking blow. I was over there. I seen the 3,000. He's like, no, there wasn't. There was only $60 and all this shit. I go, you know what? I'm out of this. I'm leaving you here with this fucking idiot, and you figure it the fuck out. He goes, if you leave, I'm going to shoot you. I knew this guy was in love with that dumb Catholic girl. He wasn't gonna, she couldn't wait to give her the money for the divorce to eat that little stripper pussy. He couldn't fucking wait. You could see in his eyes, he was like hypnotized by it. So I go, he goes, I'm gonna fucking shoot you and him if you leave. I knew this guy was a fucking half a wimp. I walked to the door and I go, listen, bro, just write it off. Take him to the airport, do what the fuck you gotta do with him. You tried to fuck me too. I walked out of there, I was in a bunch now. I got a dilemma on me, I gotta do something. And I thought about that fucking car, that gun in the trunk. I looked at the fucking car, I looked around the neighborhood, and I go, if I go back in there, I can shoot both these idiots. Take the coke, and nobody would ever know. Nobody's in this neighborhood. It's out by fucking the sticks. They wouldn't find these guys for a month. And by that time, I'd be done with the blow in Bogota, snorting with Lawrence Taylor. You know what I'm saying? I'm getting down with somebody, you know. I'm showing up with fucking 4 pounds. I can get anybody to do blow with me at that point. Who are you? This is who the fuck I am, motherfucker. Open the door, or you'll be in there looking out windows by yourself. You know, get down. Like 29 cops had me, and they sat me down. You're being charged with kidnapping 1, kidnapping 2, aggravated robbery, second-degree burglary. Oh, boy. And some other fucking stupid fucking felony. And I'm like, kidnapping? I didn't kidnap nobody. So at that point, I was so coked up and so delusional that I was going in there with the superhero defense. What are you talking about? I took the coke off the streets. You should give me a cape. That's street value, like 80,000. I took it off the fucking street. Where is it? I lit it on fire. I did save you guys a job, the taxpayers. That was my defense. That was in the back of my mind. I'm gonna go in there and tell them I was working like a superhero. For who? For myself, me, and fucking Gotham City. I swear to God, guys, that was the original defense I had. So they sit me down. They asked me if they want to talk to me. And I'm like, sure, I'll talk to you. You wave the attorney. I go, yeah, fuck the attorney. And they start telling me that I was involved in the killing of some fucking guy, and that I kidnapped some other guy. And I'm like, whoa, what's kidnapping? I never called nobody in my life and asked for a ransom. And they're like, kidnapping is when you take somebody from one room into another room against their will. So next time you take your girlfriend, go get in there, I'm gonna fuck you in the ass. That's kidnapping if you really get down to it, you know what I'm saying? Don't find out after the fact. That's a motherfucker in the jail cell. What are you here for? I pushed my girlfriend in the other room. I told her some fucking ass kidnapping. Gotta be careful. You gotta pay attention. There's loopholes in this motherfucker. The forefathers knew what they were doing. So they just throwing this shit at me, and I'm just talking about fucking the Kennedy assassination. I don't know what you're talking about. Were you there? And I'm trying to fucking direct them, so I'm not there anywhere. Nothing. Like, do you know him? I met him at very, what's that word? Subtle. I was very, and they go, fuck it. You got $50,000 bail cash, because you don't know nobody out here. Plus, all these charges get in there. And they sat me in there for a fucking month. A month, but it was great. It was Boulder County Jail. You ain't never been to jail until you've been to Boulder County. They let you keep your clothes. They give you cigarettes. You can stay up till 2. They got cable TV, carpeting. Are you fucking kidding me? Homeless people would go to Boulder and break a window just to go to jail in the winter. Croissants, fucking therapy, massages, candles, rock, yoga. Come on now, that's a fucking summer camp for some motherfuckers. They had a unit, like you got promoted up the system. By the time I left, I was in red. I was wearing my own clothes, fucking watching TV till 3 in the morning. HBO in Boulder County Jail, not no more. They got hip, and now you're in a fucking tin can with black and white TV, no cigarettes. This is when jail was jail. It was a fucking paradise. You didn't mind. I'm fucking getting locked up for a week. Fuck it, I'll catch up on my reading. We went to the library, it wasn't bad. I get in there, and I had been in trouble before. I had been in county jails overnight, but this was a stint, and I'm in there sitting there, and the in-laws that fucking hated me, she finally went to him and said to him, he got in trouble, and he said, let me go talk to him, and if he tells me the truth, I'll let him out. I'll bail him out. The father came, bailed me out. I told him the truth, what happened. He bailed me out, and we became the best of fucking friends, but I still had this thing hanging over me. So a week after I got out, like a month later, they said to me, all right, your first deal is 12 fucking years. And it's violent, so you're going to do 12 fucking years. So my first attorney's name was Sonny. He was a good guy, but he was basically the DA's puppet. So when he came to me and told me 12 fucking years, I was like, you're fucking crazy. My mother and all the gangsters in my hometown had a lawyer in Jersey City called Sam. I remember being a kid with my mother and going there. My mother was a bookmaker. And he was plain and simple, another old school Jew, yarmulke, diamonds, the whole fucking thing. No shirt on, eating a fucking pastrami sandwich. That's how rich he was. Mustard on his face. He didn't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? He would give you like a Jew menu. Here you go. This is the deal, all right? You got caught for bookmaking 2. It's 2 to 4 years. I get you out for a year. It's going to cost you $200,000. 6 months going to cost you $50,000 and whatever. And you just break it down for your probation. It's going to cost you $200,000. You just break a menu down. Thank you for coming. Think about it. Get back to me in 30 days. There was no nothing. He knew the judges. He knew the fucking DAs. So I called him first. It cost $1,500 just to talk to him on the fucking phone. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? All the money my mother gave you all those years, cocksucker. So I call him out, and he's like, this is what you got to do. You're in Boulder. Those are white people. I can't show up there. It'll cost you $2 million for me to show up there. Those are white people. We'll scare them. He goes, you got to get yourself a white gangster. He goes, go see this guy at the Boulder Law School. He's a good friend of mine. His name is James, Mexican dude. I paid like $1,000 to talk to this guy. This guy just broke it down for me. He goes, dog, there was a machine gun involved. You're doing time. You're doing time. So if the witness disappears, no matter what plans you may have, you're doing time. Because the DA will take it over. So you make the witness, because my plan was to make the witness disappear. So he couldn't testify, but they didn't give a fuck. The guys, Tidwell had already rolled. He was in jail. His bail was higher than mine. And he mysteriously got let out on a bail thing, because when they took him to Jefferson County, he owed $18 on some ticket. He paid the $18. They let him out on a clerical error. So here I am hanging out there fighting for myself. They're coming to me. And I remember I got into it with Sonny one day. I'm like, are you fucking crazy? 12 years? And I was just stalling because Sam told me to stall. Maybe the victim will just disappear on his own. He won't testify. Stall this motherfucker. Pay the attorney to stall it. make people forget their memory, all this shit. It's in your defense. So he goes, take that attorney, wait before the preliminary hearing, fire him. And that's another fucking 2 months. Then you decide on an attorney, and that's another 2 months. He goes, you'll nuke this motherfucker. So James was on there, sat me down, told me, you're going to do time no matter what. So if you pay $100,000, you're going to do time. Or if you pay $50, you're going to do time. So just do the time. Find yourself a medium attorney, go in there with a white dude. And he gave me this guy, his name was Sam. And when he would answer the phone, he'd go, oh, this is Sam. And when I went to see him, he had a bow tie, a little fucking Elvis pop. I'm like, oh, no. And the guy's like, here, give me 15 fucking grand. And I'll do everything I can. This guy was a bad motherfucker. He wasn't even Jewish, but he was like in the circle. Like he was an honorary Jew. When he dies, he's going right to that kingdom because he had that fucking. And he would tell me how he called the DA a cunt. I'm getting you. And this guy got me for $15,000. He got me down to second-degree burglary and accessory to a felony, and they were both nonviolent. He was a genius. He goes, we're fighting for nonviolence. You have no other violence in your past. I'll fucking erase this. I'll erase this. This guy went to fucking work. You know, but then I had to go to a probation thing where the probation interviews you. And I went in there with that attitude, guys. This is where the other end of the story comes in. In the beginning, I told you motherfuckers that there was something good about it. And there was something bad about it. The bad thing about it was, this poor kid, what I put Bella through that day. He was tied up for 8 hours in the trunk of a car, hungry. You know what I'm saying? But he knew the fucking rules. He knew what was going to happen. You all know once you cross that line. That's why I always tell people, before you cross that line, know exactly what the fuck you're getting yourself into. Because it's different waters. And I was a fucking evil shark at that. I was the shark in Jaws at that time. I would fucking eat you alive. It was just in my blood. I was angry. I wanted to take down people. I wanted to ruin other people's fucking days. That's what happens when you have a fucking miserable life and you're sad and I just wanted to fucking ice somebody. So I walked into this probation office and I walked in there with the superhero defense. I didn't do dick. This lady looked at me, she goes, because I worked this thing. I went to Jersey and I called all my fucking friends. I said, I need letters sent to the judge. Thousands of them. They got me letters from people I didn't even fucking know. Judges, politicians. Joey Diaz is a character. He's great. I didn't even know these fucking people. Priests. This fucking lady had boxes of letters from people. She's like, it hurts because the motivation is when you go in front of a judge, every one of those people knows 250 people. So the more letters the judge gets, the more people you fucking know. He's going to think twice about fucking condemning you because he wants a political fucking career. So the more letters that people pitch in, he gets scared. When you die, you get 250 fucking mass cards because that's the average of what you know. So that's the way they think. They look at all those letters and they go, we can't fucking prosecute this guy. So the plea bargain was 6 years, whatever. It could be prison for 6 years, community corrections for 6 years. But I could have beat it. That fucking, when I was talking to that probation officer, and I did the one thing that if you don't do in fucking life, you'll never grow. I didn't claim responsibility. I did not claim responsibility. If I would have gone in there to that dirty bitch, because she was from New York too, she was crazy. I would have said, listen, I had a bad fucking day. I snorted some blow, I woke up, and I went and fucking gangland this motherfucker, tied him up. She would have said, you know what, I'm going to give you 90 days. Because they even said it. They even like, the Sykes came in and they were like, there's 90% chance of no recidivism. He'll never get in trouble again. I got everybody involved. I paid psychiatrists, I paid a public investigator. I fucking paid out the ass. And the beauty of it was, you know what I made for all that fucking coke? I made $18,500. You know what the attorney cost me? $18,000. So it cost me 4 years of my life and $500 to do that stupid fucking day. But if I wouldn't have done that, think of all the things that wouldn't have happened. Like, yeah, I feel bad for Tibble. I'm going to have to answer to St. Peter when I fucking go up there. He's going to say, dog, you got a fucking mark. You kidnapped this fucking kid. What were you thinking? Catholics don't act that way. You follow me? I'm going to have to answer for that. I answer for that every day of my fucking life. But what I got from it was I learned to claim responsibility. Which once you claim responsibility, that's the most important fucking thing in the world. Anything is possible after that. Once you go, you know what? I fucked up. I shouldn't have put my dick in your ass. It was dark. I couldn't find the hole. Sometimes you go, well, you put it in my ass. What type of savage are you? It's fucking dark. You should have just right from the beginning. You know, they're playing tough to get. You know, because And I sit there, and I knew I was going to get locked up, and I fucking trained for it. Like, I lifted weights, I joined the swimming club, I rode a bike, I worked on asshole tightening exercises, I had that shit done. You know, and it's like my life is so lucky. And then before that, I was telling my friend last week that I even got blessed on the way into prison because I knew a guy in Boulder that had been through the system. And I met him. My father-in-law was his insurance guy, and he crashed up 2 Maseratis or something one week. The guy was a coke dealer, was a computer nerd, and just went fucking crazy. But he liked me, and he goes, listen, he broke it down for me. He goes, you're either going to go to Rifle or Golden. You're going to go here for 6 weeks. He goes, let me make a call. So when you get to that diagnostic, you're going to be fine. You know, so I was like, are you fucking serious? But this guy wasn't a mobster or gangster. He was just a regular white fucking nerd that liked computers. He knew how to fucking do all that crazy shit. So it was so funny because even till the moment I went to sentencing, like the whole time I kidnapped them and I went to probation, I never claimed that. I kept saying I'm gonna get away with this. I kept snorting blow and fucking lying and going long distance on people's phones and just doing shitty things. I kept saying I'm gonna get away with this. And I was going to sentencing August 15th, 1988. And they called me Friday at 4 o'clock to tell me community corrections did not accept me. That means that they wouldn't put me in county jail for 90 days and let me do a halfway house. That means I was going to prison. End the fucking story. I was told on a Friday at 4 o'clock. And I thought about abandoning ship. I really did. My friend had a dealership of Hertz in fucking some country. And he goes, I could have gone there and managed it and came back. I had all these opportunities. I knew people. But I fucking also knew that if I didn't take care of this, something inside of me, bro, I would have ran. 80% of me wanted to fucking run. I'm not going to sit here and lie to you. But that 20% was like, you know what, bro, this is the beginning of your manhood. And I remember going to that. I snorted coke all fucking weekend. My friends flew in, coked up. Like 9 of them flew in from Jersey Monday morning. My sentencing was at 10. They got white rings around their nose. They got chicks with them. You think it was like looking, what's that show? The beach show with the fucking Guidos. It was like that. They're all suntan with tank tops on and shit. I got a suit on. I'm looking at these guys, and I'm like, who's got the fucking coke? They had coke on them. They were still up from the night before. This is how crazy I was. I'm going in front of a judge, and I'm like, you know what, bro? Let me go take care of this, and then we'll go back to the house and party. This is how fucking delusional I still was up to the part. And you guys see me here. I can talk and yell and all this shit, and I rant. And they mentioned my name, Jose Diaz. That's why we tell Marcus, call me, and they say Jose. I don't fucking agree to nobody. If you call me and ask for Jose, Joey, you got the wrong number, bitch. Click and I hang up. Jose is always a bad number right there. For me. Whenever they say Jose, that's never fucking good. I always take a pause. So Jose Diaz, I go up there with Dubois. He goes, you know, blah, 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 blah. You kidnapped somebody. And he read it to me. He's like, listen, you wouldn't have fucking gone to jail, but you didn't accept responsibility. He goes, I want you to go in there. I'm going to sentence you to prison. No, he didn't even say that at first. He goes, I really want you to think about it, blah, blah, blah. And I'm still in the back of my mind going, I got this motherfucking beat because I'm Johnny Charisma. I'll rock and roll my way out of this one. What do they call it when you chuck and jive? That's what the DA said to me. He goes, you've been chucking and jiving all your life. It's time to pay the fucking piper. That motherfucker had me pinned. And he goes, Jose Diaz, got any words to say to yourself? And you guys see me, how crazy I am? I went to talk, and my voice went. I was like a little girl. I was like, yeah. He goes, okay then. And this motherfucker looked at me. He goes, get up. You ready? And I'm like, yeah. And I remember looking at my buddies like, watch this. And this guy goes, boom. 4 years Department of Corrections, and the room froze. And I'm like, what this motherfucker say? And he goes, 4 years DOC, you're going away. I'm sorry. I go, and I'm like, these guys got an ounce of coke. I get the attorney to listen, talk to this motherfucker, see if I can stay out till Wednesday or Thursday. Tell him I gotta take care of shit. We got this.